Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, councillors. I am Councillor Clive English, the Chairman of the Planning Committee, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this remote meeting of the committee. This meeting will be broadcast live and recorded for playback on the Council's YouTube channel, and this will include the instant messaging. Will anyone else be recording the proceedings? I ask so that people at the meeting will know if this will be happening and not, in order to stop it. Any indications? No. I will now explain how we intend to proceed this evening. My role as chairman will continue. However, the responsibility for managing the meeting has been temporarily assigned to the Democratic and Electoral Services Manager, who I will refer to as the facilitator. This officer will not steer the debate, but will merely assist in implementing the remote meeting protocol. A Democratic Services Officer is with us to produce the minutes and to provide procedural advice as required. Instead of public speaking, members of the public have been invited to submit written statements which will be read out by me as chairman, and we have a number of those statements to be read this evening. I will provide further explanation as we proceed through the agenda, but members are reminded at this point that instant messaging will be visible to those viewing the meeting and should only be used by members to indicate their wish to speak or if there is something truly urgent. I will now ask the facilitator to take the attendance register by reading out the list of committee members in alphabetical order. Members should confirm their attendance by answering present.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. I hope you're all well.
Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson.
Yep. Present.
Councillor Brindle.
Present.
Councillor Chapel-Tay.
Present.
Councillor English.
Present.
Councillor Eaves.
I think that was a present.
Present, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Present.
Councillor Kimmins.
Present.
Councillor Munford.
Present.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Present.
Councillor Perry.
Present.
Councillor Spooner.
Present.
Councillor Vizard.
Present.
And Councillor Wilby.
Councillor Wilby.
Councillor Wilby. Thank you. That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask the facilitator to read out the list of officers present and which items they will be presenting this evening.
Thank you, Chairman. This evening we have Rob Jarman, Head of Planning and Development, James Bailey, Development Manager, who will be presenting items 12, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. Richard Timms, Principal Planning Officer, will be presenting items 13 and 14. We have Brendan Wright from KCC Highways, Austin Mackey, Major Projects Manager, Cheryl Parks as a Legal Representative, Debbie Snook as a Democratic Services Officer and Clerk, and myself, Ryan O'Connell, as the Facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe we had any apologies up to now, but I believe Councillor Wilby has just indicated he may have to leave early. Are there any other apologies I'm not aware of? No. In that case, I don't think there are any substitute members, but in case I got that wrong, Mr. O'Connell?
No, we have a full committee here this evening.
Thank you very much. Item 3, visiting members. I will ask the facilitator to read out the names of visiting members along with the agenda items they have indicated they wish to speak to. Mr. O'Connell.
We have a few visiting members this evening, so I will list them in accordance with the items to make it easier to understand who's going to be speaking on what. So we have items 13 and 14. We'll have Councillors Newton, Harper, Mackay, Springett and Young. For item 15, Councillor Newton, and for items 17 and 18, Councillor Pearl. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connell. We move now to item 4, items withdrawn from the agenda. I don't believe there are any items to be withdrawn this evening.
Clive, I've put a "Can I speak" on the instant messaging.
Is
I'm
that
speaking on behalf
relating
of
to-
Wendy Young, Councillor Young. You jumped the agenda, would you? Agenda items 3, visiting members.
She's on.
Councillor Young, is she on? Because she had trouble getting on the
Councillor
broadband.
Perry, she's on the list.
I know she's on the list, but she may not make it.
Oh, I see.
I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because her broadband is down. That's what I wanted to let you know.
Thank you very much, John. I apologise for that.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't very clear. Thank you.
Anything else on that before I move on to item 4? No. Item 4, items withdrawn from the agenda. I do not believe there are any items withdrawn this evening. Item 5, date of adjourned meeting. Well, hopefully we will be able to deal with all agenda items this evening, but I think it's rather doubtful. The adjourned meeting will be held, if we do not finish, on the 4th of June 2020, commencing at 6 p.m. Item 6, urgent items. I intend to take the update reports in relation to agenda items 13, 14 and 15, together with any verbal updates as urgent items, as they contain further information relating to the applications to be considered at this meeting. Unless anyone objects to that, we will do so. I'm not seeing any objections, so that will be the case. Item 7. Are there any disclosures by members and officers? I'm not seeing any.
Yes.
Councillor Mumford.
Item 16 is in the parish of Bolton, Chelsea. I'm the parish chairman or parish council chairman. I take no part in planning within the parish, so therefore I intend to speak and vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mumford. Are there any other disclosures?
Yes, I have a disclosure, Mr. Chairman.
Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, Councillor.
On items 13 and 14, I see that the Bearsted Parish Council has made some comments. I would wish to disclose that I'm a member of Bearsted Parish Council, but I'm not a member of its planning committee. I had no part in drafting those comments, and I therefore intend to speak and vote on both applications on both items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spooner. Any further disclosures? Now, in that case, we move on to item 8, disclosures of lobbying. If I can ask the facilitator to go through the members of the committee in alphabetical order to see if there are any disclosures of lobbying. They must answer either none or yes, and in the case of yes, specify the agenda item or items concerned. Mr. O'Connell.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
Yes, items 13 and 14.
Thank you. Councillor Brindle.
Yes, items 13 and 14.
Thank you. Councillor Chapeltay.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you. Councillor English.
Items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you. Councillor Eaves.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
I'll put 15, I'm pretty sure.
Councillor Harwood.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
Councillor Kimmins.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you. Councillor Munford.
The same, items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you. Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
And Councillor Spooner.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
Councillor Vizard.
Yes, 13, 14, 15.
And Councillor Wilby.
Yes, items 13, 14 and 15.
Thank you very much.
Hello, it's Councillor Brindle here. Could I just add 15 to mine, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brindle.
Thank you very much. We move on to item 9, to consider whether any items should be taken in private. There are no Part 2 papers this evening, and therefore, unless there are any objections, I intend to take all items in public. I see no indications, so all items will be in public. Item 10, minutes of the meeting of the 21st of May. These minutes were published yesterday. I hope people have had the chance to see them. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of May be agreed as a correct record. Is that agreed? Unless I see any objections.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much indeed. I will sign both sets in due course. Item 11, I understand that petitions will be referred to in relation to agenda item 14, but do we have any other petitions? No.
There are no other petitions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move to agenda item 12. Is there any progress, Mr. Bailey, on deferred items?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 1 of your report, the Kingsbrook, it's expected that application will come to the next planning committee on the 25th of June. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to our first planning application to be determined this evening, which is agenda item 13, page 2 of your report, and I turn to the officer to introduce the presentation. Mr. Bailey.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's Mr. Timms who's presenting this first item.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Hopefully you can see my screen there.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So this, as members will know, is an outline application for up to 440 houses, with access only being sought at this stage. The application was previously reported to committee on the 24th of October, and it was deferred for a number of reasons, and that's what I'll focus on in my presentation. But I will just run through the site location again and the photographs, because we've obviously been some time and we've got a detailed application as well. So the site is mainly an arable field, the white area there, but there's a small sort of scrub, treed, overgrown area in the northeast corner. You've got Church Road along the east side here, and that's where the 2 access points are proposed. We've got St Nicholas Church, Grade 1 listed just here, and just behind Church House, Grade 2 listed. Downswood Housing Estate to the north, Chapman Avenue and the Beams to the west, and that's at a significantly lower level than the site. Housing off Woolly Road to the south, and also an area of ancient woodland just here in the southeast corner. There's a few houses just to the south here, including the rectory there, which is Grade 2 listed as well. Running through the photographs, so here's Church Road. The site's on the left. We can see the existing hedge across the frontage, and you can just see the spire of the church behind. This is just hopping over the hedge, as it were. So we're now in the site. So you see the hedge along Church Road, the church, and just the roof of the church house listed building behind. This is from next to the church, Church Road on the left, and you can just see the rectory listed building, just the roof there. Same position. This is showing the west boundary. So these mature trees are the boundary with Chapman Avenue, which drops down below. Now we're against that boundary, looking south towards Woolly Road. Again, it's heavily treed along the boundaries there. And now up to that boundary, just see a couple of properties there in Woolly Road. And this is from the same position, looking back down the site. It's sort of dog legs round there, and you can just see the church. So I'm going to just recap briefly on the proposals. As I say, it's an outline application with only access being considered. So we're assessing the principle of 440 houses and any outward impacts this would have, for example, in terms of transport impacts. But we're not deciding how the site will be laid out or designed. We are making a decision on the specific access points, and just showing you this, excuse me, this plan. This is the northern proposed access. You can see the church there, and the southern access, which is just near the south edge of the site there with the rectory beyond. That would obviously result in the removal of hedging, but there's condition 7 is attached to provide replacement planting and strengthening behind the visibility displays. Whilst we're not looking at the details, a parameter plan has been provided. Members may recall that. This was the previous one, and I'll come on to it, but this is to show how the development areas and landscape buffers would be laid out. And the reason for this plan is to provide some surety and guidance over the future reserve matters. I'll now run through the deferral reasons. So the first reason for deferral was to remove the church car park that was proposed here. The applicants removed that car park as requested, but that's resulted in an objection from Historic England, as they consider there's less heritage benefit to outweigh the harm to the setting of the church. Officers consider there is a clear heritage benefit of providing off-street parking in a convenient location, as it would support church services and the alternative facilities and events that the church hold, and that in turn would help to sustain the listed building, and it would also provide disabled parking bays. Therefore, as set out in the report, officers still recommend that this is secured to secure a clear benefit to the listed church. However, we have advised that should members proceed without the car park, we still consider that the public benefits of the development, as outlined in the reports, outweigh the less than substantial harm to the church and church house behind, despite Historic England's objection. The next deferral reason was essentially to increase the woodland, or the buffer to the ancient woodland, and enhance landscaping around the church. And as you can see, appreciate not everyone can see the screen, but you have the slideshow, but you can see the difference. The buffer's been increased there. It's doubled to around 30 metres, and then where the car park was, that would now be a landscaped area. Just the next deferral reason related to the Willington Street and Derringwood Drive junction, where the traffic light junction was proposed, and the applicant has amended the scheme such that it's now passed a safety audit, and Kent Highways are no longer raising any objections in terms of safety. This junction improvement will better manage traffic, provide safer opportunities for traffic on Derringwood Drive to get onto Willington Street, and improve pedestrian crossing facilities. It would reduce the potential maximum queue length on Derringwood Drive from 288 vehicles in the morning peak to 39 vehicles. It's a significant change, and it's considered to be an appropriate improvement to mitigate not only the traffic from this application but also that of other developments, and so officers recommend that that is secured. Kent Highways still consider that this junction change would introduce a new delay on Willington Street, which they maintain would be severe in congestion terms, but importantly not in highway safety terms. However, its officers' views that the impact is not severe because queuing already occurs past this junction on Willington Street, so the introduction of traffic lights would not make a significant difference to the queues, nor would any increase in traffic result in highway safety issues. The next deferral reason related to Spot Lane junction with the A20, and the applicants put forward proposals to realign the curb at this junction to allow two vehicles side by side, which would reduce queuing. Officers didn't consider there was any need for mitigation here, but should members consider it necessary, this can be secured and has been added to condition 15. The next issue was the potential widening of Church Road. That was to the south of the site. So the applicants looked at potential widening here where they own land, and this could be done for about a 210 metre section. That wouldn't result in any loss of ancient woodland, but it would obviously result in cutting back, potential loss of hedging and trees. And officers maintain that because there would only be just above one extra journey a minute in the peak times, and there's currently a low incidence of accidents on this road, we don't consider these measures are necessary, and any benefits wouldn't outweigh the change in character to Church Road. However, again, if members felt that the benefits outweighed the impact, they could secure this. And lastly, related to renewable energy and surface water drainage, the applicant is agreeable to providing PV panels on 10% of the properties. This would be on the affordable housing. And in terms of SUDs, this would be via deep infiltration into the ground with the use of permeable surfacing, swales, drainage basins, etc. It's an outline application, so the precise details will be dealt with at the reserved matter stage, but members will note further detail is provided on the full application. And I think importantly, KCC have confirmed the proposals are feasible subject to a detailed scheme being developed. So just to conclude, Kent Highways' objection to the traffic light junction has been removed, but there remains an objection in place in terms of traffic on the A229, A224 and Willington Street, and also worsening safety conditions on Church Road. I would reiterate that refusal on the grounds of congestion on the A229, A274 and Willington Street would be unreasonable and and inconsistent, as the impact on the southeast local plan Maidstone sites, including this site, has recently been deemed acceptable by the council under subject to monies towards mitigation under other planning applications where we assessed cumulative impacts, and importantly also by the local plan inspector. Historic England are now objecting due to the removal of the church car park, and whilst officers advise it should be secured, members would not be acting unreasonably to reach a different view. It's considered the applicants comprehensively responded to the deferral reasons, and officers once more recommend permission is granted subject to conditions and the legal agreement for the reasons set out in the report. And I just have a couple of updates, Chair. We were sent details of an online petition yesterday which showed 1,386 supporters. I suspect that may have grown, but that was what we were told yesterday. And in terms of the request for the application to be called in, I've received communication from the government's planning casework unit advising that they've received that request, but they'll consider their permission should Maidstone resolve to grant permission. They don't do anything until we make that decision. And we've also had a number of new representations, but they don't raise any new material issues relating to the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. We have, as was said earlier, a number of representations from the public that have been presented. Regrettably, we are limited by technology, so I shall proceed to read out the first of those, which is from Mr. Everett of the Downswood Community Association, who is an objector. The Downswood Community Association has served Downswood and the surrounding area since 1986, and volunteers from this organisation have exclusively and successfully managed the community centre since its opening in 1990. We have had many fundraising events, including the Downswood Christmas Lights Switch On, an annual summer fete, Halloween party, quiz nights, and many other events. Hirers of the centre include a preschool, a badminton club, a yoga club, 2 drama groups, various Keep Fit groups, active retirement club, the parish council, and many family groups and celebrations. The majority of our hirers are Downswood and Ottham residents. Our organisation is more than just a charity. We're an important part of the Downswood community, and all our centre users are very clear that this proposed development is the biggest threat to that community since we started almost 35 years ago. If you have never visited Downswood and don't know the area, then you may not know the impact that the traffic from this development will have. Derringwood Drive is the spine road that serves Downswood. It was intended only to do this and is not capable of taking the traffic from an additional 440 or even 421 houses. Our centre users already queue in the mornings after preschool drop-off to get onto Willington Street. On a normal day, it takes half an hour to travel roughly 3 miles to the motorway or into town. On a bad day, it's 50 minutes. Our hirers and our centre are already losing business because parents can't drive in or out of Downswood without sitting in traffic along Willington Street all morning, and this is now before houses are built on Church Road. Church Road is a country lane, and there's not the real road infrastructure around it to take the traffic that this development will generate. Public transport links to the site are appalling, and the developers' claim in the application about public transport links are laughable. Everyone on the new development will have to own a car to get around, meaning probably 2 cars per household, and all that traffic will come through Downswood to get onto Willington Street, Spot Lane and Ashford Road. These roads are already gridlocked. The road network cannot take any more. The application does not meet the criteria for development as none of the transport mitigation measures in the local plan are in place, nor are planned to be in place. Members of this committee acknowledged this at the last meeting about this application, and the site should never have been in the local plan. We expect that the officers and developers think that this is NIMBYism. We know that everyone who lives next to a proposed development doesn't want it, but the unprecedented level of objections to every stage of this development must give you some idea of what a bad idea this is. KCC oppose it, Heritage England oppose it. Around 800 letters of objection have been submitted across all stages of the application. Permitting this development would be catastrophic to the way of life that Downswood residents know. Our community is already creaking under the strain of house building along Sutton Road and in South East Maidstone. Don't leave us completely gridlocked. John Everett, Honorary Chairman, Downswood Community Association. We then have a written representation on behalf of Ottoman Parish Council in the name of Councillor Gray, which I shall read out. Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 states that the determination of a planning application must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Otton Parish Council strongly object to the approval of this application where the material considerations of severe traffic impact and harm to a listed building do outweigh the site's inclusion in the local plan. In recommending approval, the planning officer dismisses the severe traffic impact cited by KCC Highways regarding Derringwood Drive and Willington Street, acknowledging that the proposed mitigation will still not bring the Derringwood Drive arm within design capacity. The officer states that it would, however, reduce the potential maximum queuing length to 39 vehicles. The accepted average effective length of a vehicle in a queue is 25 feet per passenger vehicle, so a queue of 39 passenger vehicles will be 300 metres long. This queue would block access to Bournemouth Close, Foxton Drive, Langham Copse, Raindon Grove and Horton Downs. How can this be considered acceptable? If you were prevented from exiting your home every morning by a 300-metre queue, would you be happy with the approval of this application? The planning officer also refers to proposed mitigation in Spot Lane, noting that in allowing left-turning vehicles to pass a single right-hand turning vehicle, the potential maximum queuing length on Spot Lane would be just 30 vehicles. So let's be clear. That is a queue of at least 230 metres which will block access to Shirley Way and Royston Road, cause massive queuing on Magingford Road and mayhem for Magingford infant and junior schools. Yet officers maintain that the impact on the junction is not severe. Tell that to the residents trapped in their roads or unable to get their children to school. The severe congestion on the local road network has worsened considerably in the years since the adoption of the local plan. The cumulative growth in traffic is a material consideration that warrants the refusal of this application, despite its allocation in the local plan. NPPF paragraph 194 states that any development within the setting of a heritage asset requires clear and convincing justification, and being a Grade 1 listed building built before 1086, great weight should be given to the conservation of Ottom's Church according to paragraph 198, irrespective of whether any potential harm amounts to substantial harm, total loss, or less than substantial harm to its significance. The planning officer acknowledged that Ottom's ancient church will be harmed by this development, but advises that the public benefit of providing new housing outweighs this. Maidstone's housing land supply no longer depends on the homes in this application, so public benefit is reduced. For this reason, the harm to this ancient building is not outweighed by the public benefit, and this application should be refused to preserve the rural setting of this unique historic building. We urge councillors to move on from the decisions made in 2017 to acknowledge that this site is not in the Sutton Road corridor, is not needed to fulfil the housing quota, and to refuse this harmful, poorly cited application. As I said, that was from Councillor Gray of Otton Parish Council. And we turn now to representations from Councillor Weeks, Martin Weeks that is, of Downswood Parish Council. Elected members of the Planning Committee, it is unfortunate that I am unable to address you in person this evening, but we urge you to reject this proposal, which would be dangerous and detrimental to both Downswood and surrounding parishes. The Parish Council have already raised comprehensive and substantial objections in writing to this proposal. Many of our objections report findings which are contrary to those reported to you by your officers. To summarise, KCC have pronounced the highway elements of the application to be unsafe, quotation marks, and the criteria in H1(8) of the local plan required for development to be permitted have not been met. Multiple concerns have been expressed in regards to the safety of increased traffic and the sole access being on Church Road. The proposed junction changes to Church Road and Derringwood Drive reverse previously undertaken works to improve the safety of the junction. Proposed changes would make this junction less safe than it currently is. The proposed widening of the junction with Spot Lane and the A20 would do nothing to improve traffic flow here and would have only limited benefit on traffic turning left, whereas the developer suggests traffic would be turning right towards the M20. The proposed traffic lights on the junction of Derringwood Drive and Willington Street have historically been discounted by KCC Highways as being dangerous. It is still not confirmed by the developer how this could be implemented. The cumulative impact on the road network will be severe. Thousands of objections have been raised by residents of both Downswood and Otton parishes and the Chapman Avenue Residents Association. Please listen to the residents who live in this area and already experience daily congestion and delays. KCC Highways officers have stated to us that if they still had statutory authority to reject a planning application on highways grounds, that they would have directed that this proposal be dismissed. Despite officer reports, Historic England maintains its objection raised to this development following the removal of the proposed dedicated church car park from the plan. They consider that the harm to St Nicholas Church would be high. This application does not fulfil the local planning authority's duty under Section 66 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act of 1990 with regard to preserving listed buildings in their settings. Historic England states that the setting within rural land makes a positive contribution to the significance of the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas. It is not accurate to state that once a site is listed in the local plan, that development should be permitted. The interest in local plan consultation was limited, but the level of objections now raised by residents affected by the proposed development is unprecedented in this area. In March of this year, the Planning Committee members, contrary to officers' recommendations, unanimously refused consent for an application at Monks Lake, primarily to protect a Grade 2 listed barn. Surely it would be appropriate now for members to use their powers to protect a Grade 1 listed church. The local infrastructure cannot take further additional growth. There are already insufficient places at local GP practices. Residents of Bicknell Wood and other Sutton Road developments not yet fully populated cannot register with local GPs or dentists. Capacity for local primary and secondary schools are not increasing in line with the demand from existing development, increasing traffic issues as families need to travel further afield for available school and childcare services. Please consider the facts before you and reject this proposal. Give thought to the historic Grade 1 listed church, the safety of existing residents, and take note of the warnings given by the Highways Authority that this development should not be approved. That was from Martin Weeks, Chairman of Downswood Parish Council. And finally, in terms of representations, we have the statement on behalf of Julian Goodbarn. I'm not sure whether I pronounced that right, it might be Goodban, of Bellway Homes. Good evening, Chairman and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee tonight in relation to our outline scheme for up to 440 houses. We would have liked to have been here in person to run through how we have listened to your comments from your earlier deferral in October last year. We hope that you will agree that we've taken on board your feedback and addressed your comments accordingly. In doing so, we hope that you will now be able to support your officer's recommendation for approval. At the previous request of this committee, we have removed the dedicated church car parking from our plans and replaced that with a landscape area. Nonetheless, you should note that in our detailed application, we have 28 additional unallocated parking spaces, which could be used informally by church visitors. We remain flexible on this point, and we leave the choice up to you as members. With regards to the ancient woodland, our proposals now include for a well in excess of 15 meters of landscape buffer. This would take the form of native tree and shrub planting in a layered landscape approach. We are also pleased to commit to 10% of the homes having photovoltaic panels, all of which would be on the affordable properties, and confirm that our surface water drainage strategy takes the form of permeable paving, swales and attenuation basins. This is an approach that KCC as the lead local flood authority has deemed acceptable as part of our detailed application. Concerning road safety, we are happy to confirm that our proposed improvements at the Willington Street Daringwood Drive junction and our mitigation at the Spot Lane A20 junction in the form of curb realignment have both passed a stage 1 safety audit and are considered acceptable by KCC Highways. Furthermore, following this committee's previous comments, we have looked into the possibility of widening more of Church Road. It is already proposed to be widened on the northern end near the site, to the west side of Church Road, to 5.5 metres to the south of Little Squirries. While this will require cutting back and hedge removal, it would not result in the loss of any ancient woodland. Whilst officers and members have indicated that they would not wish to see these works happen, we can include the widening of this section in our plans to be secured by condition, should you so wish. Again, we leave the choice of this up to you as members. We believe that we have been able to fully address all of your previously raised points and provided a scheme that is fully policy compliant, provides 3.6 hectares of well-planned open space, which is in excess of policy requirements, and that has addressed all the safety and technical issues raised by Kent Highways. We therefore respectfully request that members support this outline application this evening, and that was on behalf of Julian Goodburn of Bellway Homes. We now turn to the visiting members of this evening. And I have, first of all, Councillor Newton. Is Councillor Newton with us?
Present and correct.
Fire away, Gordon.
Right. Now, I've got to comment on all of the objections here. They're absolutely superb that have come in from the other councillors. However, the important part of this, everybody is missing. And it is covered in the National Planning Policy Framework, and that is setting. This field that you are looking here to build 440 houses on has been farmed for 900 years. That is why the buildings that are surrounding it, the church, the rectory, Squirries Oast, which obviously when they were doing hops and things like that, were all important buildings, church house for administration. Everybody's forgetting what the use of this farmed area. It is now sown for wheat, which we need in this country because as farms are going out of fashion farming. It is 150 years older than Leeds Castle, that is 4 miles away. And if the application for 400 houses is approved, the setting of St Nicholas Church will be destroyed by the development together within its agricultural setting that has been there for 900 years. The presence of the church on the north side is complemented by its Grade 2 listed buildings, the glebe, and the other things like the other buildings that I've mentioned. The buildings have all historically played their part in administration of the land that still continues today. Both applications are contrary to paragraphs within the National Planning Policy Framework. They are also against our own policies. Now, you know, here we are encouraging building that is against our own policies, and I can give you the wording for a refusal if you would like. I I will go on in the next application. But we have a 5-year land supply, and would it be not possible to remove this site H18 from it? Hopefully the Secretary of State may look at that and think, well, let's not have houses here. Right, the highways authorities, Kent, have objected. Historic England have objected. And, it's absolutely criminal to ruin this setting and take it away from the area of Otton. It's the only piece of countryside that we have left here. At this point, I think I'll let others speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newton. You're exactly on 3 minutes. Right, Councillor Harper, please. Councillor Harper.
Yeah, right, thank you. Well, Church Road and Gore Court Road, as I think we all know, is a narrow twisting lane with no safe access for cyclists, let alone pedestrians, buggies and mobility scooters. Therefore, really, for this to proceed, alternative routes in and out and across the site are needed. The connecting routes for the site, as was being described, are already very congested, and the volume increases from these proposals are only going to make it worse. However, they could be, to some extent, mitigated by active travel measures for both existing and new residents. And I'd like to suggest that if the committee's minded to approve the application tonight, then I'd request that condition 6 on page 14 of the report be amended to include the following 4 points: that all pedestrian cycle routes on the site be a minimum of 3 metres in width in accordance with Sustrans and national standards, that the pedestrian cycle path to the northeast corner to be connected to Foxdown Drive and the Beams via a 3 metre wide walking cycling route, and that route be amended to include the removal of steps, which would in addition deliver broader accessibility benefits, and that the site layout be adjusted to provide a central north-south walking and cycling avenue, retaining open views of the North Downs and giving a crucial alternative to Church Road for active travel. So that's what I'd like someone ideally to propose on this. I'd just like to give a bit of rationale for that. The Council's walking and cycling strategy recognises in its objective 1 that sustainable travel options should be at the heart of all new developments to ensure a fully integrated network that puts pedestrians, cyclists and public transport users at the centre of all transport proposals. Maidstone commissioned Sustrans recently to plan for the Maidstone South East corridor and actually accepted their proposal to build off-road routes set back from the carriageway along Church Road. The NPPF has very strong proposals on active travel, stating that the transport system needs to be balanced in favour of sustainable transport and travel, giving people a real choice about how they travel. And obviously recently the government, in terms of looking how we come out of lockdown, has been asking councils to look at immediate improvements to cycling and walking provision. And finally, this development needs to have active travel involved, walking and cycling links to the local schools which surround the site, to the leisure centre and open spaces around it, strategic employment areas, as well as its neighbouring local communities in Senacre, Shepway and Downswood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Councillor Mackay, please. Councillor Mackay? Hello, Councillor Mackay?
Yes, I'm here. Just getting my video up.
Sorry.
I've spoken on this before, and there's a lot of objections to this site, but I will focus on one aspect, and that is the fact that safe and suitable access to this site cannot be achieved. There are many other objections, but I will just focus on that. But first of all, I'll take you back to 2017. Maidstone Borough Council were wrestling with the requirements of government to produce north of 18,000 new homes and needed a plan. And to say there was division is an understatement. Maidstone Council were under pressure, committees were under pressure, and it was a real struggle to get near them. And then towards the end, this site came forward. And on paper, this looked ideal. It's a field bordered by houses on three sides. That's 2 schools within a mile as the crow flies. Unfortunately, crows don't take children to school, and homes are not built on paper. My objection to this application on the grounds of highway safety. Traffic generation, plus it does not meet the required level of access and sustainability. KCC as a highway authority has raised these issues and Maidstone Borough Council has chosen to ignore. If you as a committee were obliged to grant planning permission because this site is in the local plan, what is the point of you meeting to discuss it? You can right or wrong. The evidence shows that it's unsuitable on highway grounds alone. I mean, the width of Church Road is shown on some of the Bellway drawings, or Bellway ICN drawings, is not inaccurate. It is totally wrong by a wide margin. At one point, the road is shown as having a width of 6 metres. Well, I measured it, and it was 4.6 metres maximum. It cannot comply with government road standards and takes no consideration of pedestrians or cyclists along Church Road.
Can you be winding up now, Malcolm?
Yeah, at one point, ICN projects working for Bellways clearly understood the difficulty of accessing this site via Church Road and wrote to Brendan Wright at KCC that emergency access could be taken via Woolly Road. There was one slight problem. The local plan states that access will be from Church Road only. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor Springett, please.
Good evening, members. First of all, I'd like to request a named vote, please, and that the names are recorded in the minutes.
You can't request anything as a visiting member.
Okay, that's fine. I've got it out there. KCC Highways object list development on the unacceptably severe traffic impact on the A229, 274 and Willington Street corridors and worsening safety hazards on Church Road. Yet MBC are choosing to disregard their objection. The local plan approval assumed numerous road improvements, but as the officer notes, not one has been actioned yet. Church Road is a narrow, hedge-lined country lane where 2 cars struggle to pass and anything bigger than a car causes a blockage. From Church Road there are 3 exit points, all of which have problems. Traffic heading south ends up in Buffkin Way, which was never designed for the volume of traffic proposed and is narrow and winding with parked cars and is impassable by a bus. Traffic heading north for Maidstone and the M20 will find itself at the 3-way junction at the bottom of the dip in Willington Street. This is a dangerous junction and despite the proposed traffic lights miraculously passing a safety audit, KCC Highways had previously rejected lights here. So what has changed? Has the dip reduced? Can we stop cars skidding on wet roads on a downhill slope? How can it suddenly be safe? An applicant will always present the most optimistic evidence to support their application, yet even they acknowledge the junction is already at capacity and their works will not improve that. The proposed traffic lights will, apparently, reduce the expected queue of morning traffic from 288 vehicles to 39. That's just great until the lights fail. And what if the accident rate increases? What happens then? Remove the lights again? And KCC say they have limited confidence in the applicant's conclusion. The planning officer, however, much more qualified in highways matters, thinks it will be fine. He doesn't consider 14% over-design capacity to be a severe impact. The only other route is via Spot Lane. Fitted with speed humps and several chicanes to stop speeding traffic, it is already a rat run, and these measures also stop a bus from using this route. The queue at this junction will be reduced to only 30 cars. Have you any idea how far down Spot Lanes 30 cars will extend, with all the gaps needed for the chicanes to work? The impact of this development, especially when combined with the 250 or so new houses being built north of Bicknell Wood, will be awful. Please do not add to the existing traffic problems in this area by approving this application. Please refuse it as per the KCC objection wording in para 6.54 of your report. I appreciate the applicants will appeal and we lose control of conditions that could be applied, but in my opinion, there are no conditions that could address the highway's impact. The perceived benefit of this development is far outweighed by the severe negative impact on local roads and indeed the wider area. And if the appeal is upheld, then so be it. Let the blood be on the inspector's hands, not ours. And one final point. The problems this development will cause cannot be made acceptable with bat boxes, swift boxes, hedgehog highways or bee houses. Thank you.
Just for members' advice, because we're on a video meeting, all votes are named votes. There is no need for anyone visiting member or otherwise to request that, because that is already the protocol for this meeting. Councillor Young. Councillor Young? Gather we're still having trouble.
I can't see Councillor Young on the list of attendees, Chairman.
She doesn't appear to be here. She's on the list of visiting members registered, but she doesn't appear to be present. So hopefully she may turn up for the second application if we get to that point, and she's able to log on.
Chairman, it's Debbie here, the committee clerk. Can I just make one point?
Yes.
That whilst we will be taking a named vote, as opposed to people putting up their hands, if 3 members wish to have the names recorded in the minutes, they can do that.
That's a different request, but yes, of course.
Yes.
That if members of the committee request that, then that can be done. But I was just making the point that it is actually technically a named vote anyway. Now I don't believe we have any ward members, but I have had a number of indications of people wishing to speak. As Councillor Vizard actually says he's raised a question, I'll take him first. Councillor Vizard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was really just a point of clarification. When James Bailey was going through the mitigation points for highways, I'd actually was ticking them off as I was going. I also started ticking off the issues where they were raising objections, and obviously the first objection was the worsening of safety on the traffic on Church Road, but I missed the other 2. Could he please repeat them for me?
Yes. Mr. Timms, are you able to assist with that?
Sorry, was that the deferral reasons in my presentation?
Yes, I believe so.
So you got right. So sorry, where did you get up to?
Church Road.
Right. Sorry. So the last point's just related to renewable energy and surface water drainage, and the applicant's agreeable to providing PV panels on 10% of the properties. That would be on the affordable housing, and they provided clarification on the surface water drainage, but you'll see the detail on the full application, but it's obviously an outline application. KCC are raising no objections.
No, it was the highways objections. It was just I got the first one where they were objecting to the safety of the traffic on Church Road, but you mentioned another one after that, Richard, and I missed it.
Yes, sorry. So, yeah, safety on Church Road, and the other objection relates to severe congestion on the A274 and the A229, obviously to the south of the site, and also along Willington Street.
Thank you very much. Does that answer you now, Councillor Vizard?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That answers the question or the queries that I had.
I have 3 members down to speak at the moment. Councillor Eaves, Councillor Chapeltain, Councillor Perry. Councillor Eaves, please. Councillor Eaves.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, lovely. I'll stick the video on if I can so you can see me. Lovely. I will try and make this as succinct as possible, but I've got a few points I want to go through. I just want to point out I appreciate all the emails that we received. I did manage to go through all of them. It's been quite an emotive point, this, and I think we need to do this quite carefully before we come to it. I'll start off with, I'll move on to the policies to begin with, but I'll start off with just a few bits and pieces. I previously lived in Downswood. I was a resident of Ravenstone Close for years, and until I moved to Langley Park last year, I was a resident on Spot Lane, being the last house at the bottom. So I'm very, very aware of the local community, what's around it, the road, the infrastructure, and the potential impact this is going to have. If I could start off by going on the traffic stats. Now, from what I believe, those were based, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman, they were based prior to the local plan being agreed in 2017. So they would have been agreed 2017, 2016, and likely would have been based on 2014, 2015 stats being assessed. Now that's 6 years ago. A lot has changed. And just because something was correct 6 years ago does not mean it's correct now. I mean, in an extreme case, we could argue that doctors used to say that smoking was good for you, but I doubt very many of us would agree that that is the case now. Things move on, things change, and we need to be mindful that actually the impact of all the additional infrastructure that's been put in place is going to have a direct impact. So that 14% above the capacity that we're talking about is probably the minimal amount that we can expect. Now, that is going to increase traffic dramatically throughout Downswood and Daringwood Drive. Now, even if we take that minimum amount of cars that are going to be they're going to be stacked back, waiting to queue up to enter Willington Street, of which I will point out that highways have objected to, based on the fact that there's going to be congestion on Willington Street beyond capacity. They're going to be sat idle. And if we're talking 30-something, 40-something, 50-something cars, let's be honest, it's probably going to be more than that realistically. The idling of those cars is going to have a massive impact on the air quality to the residents in Downswood, more than what it currently is. That actually goes against policy H18, where we're talking about air quality where it's not mitigated in practice. Okay, and it also falls under policy DM6, where actually the air pollution in Daringwood Drive and Spot Lane the quality will be reduced by so much that it actually becomes a major issue for residents. In terms of safety, now, bearing in mind that I've lived in that area long enough, I've witnessed numerous accidents on Willington Street, which I don't believe that the traffic lights will actually change. If you've ever seen an HGV try and stop when traffic lights down a hill when traffic lights change, then I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the evidence of that. They can't, let alone trying to go back up the other way when it's actually sat idle. I've been there when I was a police officer, having to close roads, trying to get HGVs to move off that road, and that is just going to have a further impact on the traffic. Spot Lane, which I don't think is getting as much attention as it needs to, is a rat run. It is a rat run because I use it as a rat run. I use the fact. The fact is that accidents down that bottom of Spot Lane, down the bottom of the hill on the south side, is absolutely ridiculous. I was witness every year to a good 5 or 6, probably not all of them recorded because they all drove off. not to mention the flooding that exists from the river that runs by it. And that flooding occurs throughout the year on Spot Lane and on the bottom.
I'm sorry, Councillor Reeves, can you be drawing your remarks to a conclusion?
Certainly, right. I'll go on to the policy. So I wish to actually move to reject this based on policy, not just on my thoughts. This goes against policy P18, against the characteristics, distinctiveness, diversity and quality of heritage assets that be protected and where possible enhanced. That's not what this site and application is going to be doing. So in my opinion, it goes against that. It goes against DM1 in that it should respond positively to and where possible enhance the local natural and historic character of the area. It won't, because it is actually, we've got a grade listed building that is going to be a detriment to that. It also does not comply on DM1 due to lacking the respective amenities of occupiers of neighbouring properties. It does not ensure that there is, excessive noise, vibration, odour, air pollution, activity or vehicular movements overlooking or providing a visual intrusion, namely to Chapman Way. So on DM1, it does not adhere to policy. I mentioned DM4. I mentioned DM6. DM4 falls into the affecting designated and non-designated heritage sites, which is going to affect. And I will just add one final point, and I'll end there. A planning officer mentioned prior to me becoming a councillor that just because something is in a local plan does not mean it has to be. And I want all of my fellow councillors on this planning committee to think about that before you actually make your decision. Thank you, Chair.
Before I go on, Councillor Reeves, clearly the highway issues fall into two categories. There's the main highway network, which personally I feel that is quite tricky to raise an objection on. But I wasn't quite sure whether you were raising you were including in your grounds the local highway network issues, which are basically what you were talking about in terms of Willington Street, Darwinwood Drive, and so on. Before you go, can I have some confirmation on that, one way or the other?
Yeah, I would. I'm basing it on 2 points. One, the highways objection on the A274, A229.
I think we'd really have trouble with that, given
the local roads. I believe that actually we can fall into the air quality under H18 and DM6. I believe that the impact on a local road network would actually contravene those two policies, and therefore I would include that as an objection, utilising those two policies.
Yeah, I think if we are going to argue a highway objection, it does have to be on the local road network, given the circumstances of where we are with the local plan inquiry. Is that motion seconded? We can talk about for amplifying or changing those grounds as you go on to an extent, but is it seconded at this stage?
I'll second it, Councillor Perry.
Councillor Perry, do you wish to speak at this point or reserve your right? You are on the list.
I'll speak when I come on the list.
Well, okay, you're reserving your right then, Councillor. Councillor Chapel-Tay.
Hi. I feel very sorry for the local residents, but I do also feel a certain amount of sympathy for the developers. Presumably they spent a lot of money and time on developing this application, and they've acted in good faith because it was in the local plan. So we need to make sure that our decision is legally correct here. I've got two questions therefore for Mr. Timms. I'm very mindful that if a statutory body objects, we've got to be very, very sure of our ground if we choose to override that. So my two questions are around the Kent Highways objection and the church car park. In the report, it says that KCC Highways raised objections based on an unacceptably severe traffic impact on the A229/A274 and Willington Street corridors. Mr. Timms, when you were talking about it, you said that Kent Highways no longer objects on safety grounds, but I think you also said that the delay on Willington Street is not severe. So I'd like to know whether that is severe or unacceptably severe or not severe. And the second question was simply around the church car park. I understand that the previous committee asked for it to be removed. Historic England has now objected, saying they want it back in. I'm not quite sure. I would like to know why the committee previously wanted it removed.
I can answer that second point if you don't mind, because it was me that wanted it removed, Councillor Chafforté. It was purely because of the impact in landscape terms on the listed building, and I personally felt that was an important aspect of the heritage of the area. So it was me that wanted it removed particularly.
And a majority of the committee at the time.
Yes, indeed,
Thank you.
Councillor. I'll let Mr. Timms answer the highway question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just on the, it's a good point Councillor Chapeltay makes in terms of statutory consultees. We must give their objections or their views considerable weight, but it doesn't mean you can't come to a different view as long as you give clear reasons for doing that. In terms of the highways point, I think you were referring to Willington Street. With the proposed traffic light junction, previously at the last committee there were unresolved safety issues. They've now been resolved, and Kent Highways are advising that they have no objections in terms of the safety of that proposed junction, but they maintain, or their view is that the result of introducing traffic lights introduces a new delay on Willington Street, and they consider the congestion, the traffic along Willington Street is severe. Our view is that with a roughly 14% overcapacity junction, that's not a severe impact. And I think the main point is this goes back to the southeast sites, where we accepted, planning committee accepted, officers accepted less than 2 years ago that sites were granted along the Sutton Road. Within those traffic assessments, this site was included. So we accepted the cumulative impact of all those sites on the A274, A249, A229, and Willington Street was acceptable. So we're advising it would be unreasonable now to reach a different view. Councillor Eaves referred to that being a number of years ago. Well, the traffic assessments actually look forward. They go up to 2029 in this application. So it does go into the future. So we're basically saying that we do not consider it severe. It's the same position we've consistently taken, and we think there's sufficient grounds for that, and to disagree with highways as the statutory consultee in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Chapeltay?
It does, thank you.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid, please. Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Yeah. Hello, sorry, I was just unmuting myself. Yes, I mean, Rob has raised a lot of the question or points that I would have liked to have raised, really, because I do feel very strongly that just because something is in the local plan that was formulated in 2016, that we are now bound by it nearly 5 years later. It just seems that, you know, if you're going in the wrong direction, then to keep going is not a good idea. And I want to really ask, we've got Brendan here, I just want to ask him to give his reasons why, as the statutory consultee, they feel that this, they would like to object to this application, because I have sat in a lot of committee meetings now, and every time the question of highways and they haven't raised an objection, we are told that, well, we have to, if highways don't raise an objection, then we have to go by what they say. So we're now on the other side of the coin. Why are we ignoring this statutory consultee? So I would just like Brendan to give a bit of insight into why they still think that it's they would go for refusal. And the question I sort of also wanted to ask is, because I was under the impression that 441 houses, you would probably be looking at 8 traffic movements per house. So that, to me, I've just done the math, 3,368 movements. Now, you cannot tell me that that is not going to have a severe impact on Church Road and all the surrounding areas. So, yeah, that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Councillor Parfitt-Reid. I'll bring in Brendan Wright from KCC Highways now.
Thank you, Chairman. As has been mentioned earlier, the Highway Authority has raised 2 objections in relation to this planning application. The first of those objections relates to the narrow carriageway width and limited forward visibility on Church Road and the highway safety implications associated with the additional traffic movements that will be generated by the proposed development. The highway improvements proposed by the applicant do not fully address the inadequacies of Church Road. The section to the south of the site, up to the White Horse Lane junction, will largely remain as existing, with the carriageway width as narrow as 3.9 metres in places. It does not therefore accommodate continuous two-way traffic flow, and when considered alongside the restricted forward visibility, there is the prospect of increased hazardous conflicts between road users. Such conflicts are detrimental to highway safety, and an objection is raised on this basis. The second objection relates to the worsening of congestion on the local highway network. The applicant's transport assessment has confirmed that the development will add to queuing and delay on the A274 Sutton Road, A229 Lewes Road corridor into Maidstone. In the absence of proposals that can achieve effective mitigation, the cumulative residual impact will be severe. The transport assessment also confirmed that the additional development traffic will serve to place further pressure on other local routes that are already heavily used during peak periods. This is most pronounced on the Willington Street corridor, where the applicant's proposal to implement traffic signals at the Derringwood Drive junction will result in a further deterioration in travelling conditions for road users. The applicant has not therefore demonstrated that the effects of the development on congestion can be mitigated, and an objection is raised in relation to the severe impact that will arise on the highway network. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I've got Councillor Harwood, then Mr. Jarman will be coming in. But before we do that, may I remind members that, as Otham Parish Council and Downswood Parish Council pointed out quite rightly, the local plan must be followed unless material considerations to the contrary are put forward. So we can't just say, oh, it was 5 years ago. We need to show reasons why, in relation to this particular application which we're discussing, there are material considerations that mitigate against approval. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of that regulatory context and our role as a planning committee, we are governed by national policy and we are governed by the local development plan, which is a relatively recent document. The issues around transportation were tested extensively when issues around housing growth in South East Maidstone were challenged by the Highway Authority, and the government planning inspector actually found that these allocations could go ahead, and actually discounted those challenges, as we're aware, and hence we have the situation we are. In terms of the democratic process, the allocation of this site was agreed not just by the policy committee of planning, but also by the full council. And to my mind, the only thing that has changed subsequent to the adoption of that local plan are the off-site changes which actually reduce the harm, and the issue that we have had a new government elected on a landslide to actually deliver 300,000 new houses a year, which is a significant uplift. And indeed, at the next review of our local plan, we are going to have to find an unprecedented level of additional housing on top. So I think that grounds us in reality that what we're looking at here is there any material harm coming from the interpretation of the policy that was agreed? And on that, to be completely fair, and I've been very discouraged by a lot of developments across this borough in all of our wards, I think that this applicant has actually reflected our concerns in terms of design and landscape and so on, as they should in such a large scheme, to a very significant degree. And we've actually had a number of applicants who have just flat refused to make the significant level of changes that this applicant has. So I think the pressure of local residents and of the local representatives has worked to some degree in making this a more palatable development. But I mean, when we talk about the scale of this impact, when I was a child, I played where Downs Wood is now. I remember the old barns at Downs Wood, where they had a feral population of hamsters live there, and it was, you know, it was idyllic. But growth has swept away a lot of that rural Maidstone, and there is no way that a relatively small arable field like this is going to be viable for farming in the long term, and it will go for development. My contention is that this scheme, with the changes that members and locals have achieved, is actually a good scheme. I'm a little bit upset by Historic England's position on this, I've got to say. We have a 900-year-old church which should have a green setting, and to ask for a large expanse of tarmac to wrap around it when the applicant has come up with a means of providing much more parking for the church potentially in the bays as compared to what they currently have on Church Road, I cannot really understand the position. And I know there have been cases of this elsewhere, but we are custodians of the landscape. And
Tony, can you bring your remarks to a conclusion, please?
Yeah, I think just the bottom line is I will move an amendment to Councillor Eaves' proposal that we do, in fact, grant planning permission as per the papers, and that is keeping the car park removed and actually going with the parking bay that the applicant has come up as a way of squaring the circle and overcoming both objections. So I therefore
Councillor Harwood, just before you go on, Councillor Harper did raise some questions about cycle and pedestrian connectivity. Are you prepared to take on any of those, or are you just?
I think that would be an excellent idea. I think that in the post-COVID world, where people are getting back on their bikes and so on, and I actually think that the links to the local schools and so on, and the permeability is really important if we are to tackle the traffic issue. So I wholeheartedly support those proposals, though I will give delegated powers, suggest we give delegated powers to the officers to ensure that the wording is absolutely watertight and appropriate.
Thank you very much. At this point, is that amendment seconded? I don't hear anyone doing that at the moment. Councillor Wilby, thank you. Did you wish to speak now or later?
No, I believe a lot of it's already been said, Chairman. Councillor Howard made some good points. The applicant has gone away and listened to what we've had to say. I still feel it's a bit overcrowded, but obviously the numbers were agreed beforehand in the local plan, and there's not much on that we can actually change, and they have listened to our concerns. So, as I said, I'll second the amendment done by Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Jarman, you wanted to speak. Mr. Jarman? We seem to have lost
Yes,
Mr. Jarman. Oh,
thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can now, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, just to go over some points very briefly that Councillor Harwood made and you made yourself. Yes, the local plan was adopted in October 2017, and that was agreed by full council, as Councillor Harwood pointed out. As councillors know, the local plan looks up until the year 2031. Perhaps more pertinently, this site, H18, is part of a strategic policy
allocation for the southeast of Maidstone. It's one of 5 sites. So as Mr. Tim said, we look at the cumulative impact, not just of this site, but the other 4 sites which are allocated in our adopted local plan. And all of them are making up the housing number of 17,800. And as Councillor Harwood said, that will go up by 40% in the year 2022. So there's even more of a need today to provide that housing. But to cut to the chase, in terms of the strategic policy allocation and the specific policy allocation, I'll let Mr. Timms deal with the immediate site access, but the off-site highway improvement works, they're all listed in policy H18. And because we are a community infrastructure levy authority, it's incumbent on us to take the monies from Bellway in this case and pass them over to Kent County Council Highways Authority, and they carry out those improvements. As has been said by Mr. Timms, the company have asked on numerous occasions Kent County Council, well, what mitigation do they want to see? I'm not clear on what constructive mitigation KCC Highways have put forward, but I do know, as has been discussed already tonight, traffic lights are proposed and they have passed a stage 1 safety audit. Perhaps Mr. Timms now could speak in more detail about the immediate site access. Thank you. Yes,
Mr. Timms.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jarman. Yeah, in terms of the site access points, there's no issues with those. KCC haven't got any issues with those. But I was just coming back on the point on Church Lane and the safety there. And we acknowledge that it is narrow in places, but the sort of crash data, and this is something KCC acknowledge, the road's very well used at the moment and it has a good record. It does narrow, but there's no significant issues there. And importantly, the evidence shows that there would be just over 1 additional movement per minute from this development. So we've got to look at the evidence. You know, there's reference to 3,000 cars and things like that. It's what the evidence says, and that's 1 extra movement per minute down there. Hence why we don't consider that's a safety issue on that road. Just for the low numbers of vehicles that would go down there and the record that's okay at present. Thank you.
Oh, Richard, before you go on about the cycle, I think.
Yeah, I think Councillor Harper and Harwood have referred, or Councillor Harper referred to the north. I think he said the northeast corner, but meant the northwest. There's basically, as it says in the report, there's steps down there that the land drops a lot. Now, what we've said in terms of changing that, we don't consider that's necessary. I mean, if you put sort of ramping in there, it's significant works that would eat into that play area. What we're advising is there's a route to the south that can get you westward. So I think to make that a sort of proper cycle route is not really reasonable. However, in the northeast corner, a cycle route is proposed. I mean, this is outlined, but it's within the conditions. I think what we could look at, and I walked it this morning, is this route is part of a recognised cycle route, and discuss this with the applicant, is whether that can be improved through new surfacing. I note the sort of trees are overhanging. So I think delegated powers to look at improvements to that point is definitely something we can look at.
Thank you for the clarification. Right, I think I've got Councillor Mumford.
Don't sound so enthusiastic about that.
No, sorry, I was just unsure, Councillor.
Right. A lot's passed under the bridge since I asked to speak. I was going to make the point that we do need a material consideration that has changed since the site was allocated, and I think it's paragraph 12 of the NPPF. So those people that are looking to object need to come up with a material consideration that has changed since the site was allocated. The main problem with highways, or the main objection from highways, is based on the A229, 274 and Wellington Street. This was well tested, and this site was included when the inspector found the mitigation to be sound. I'm just a little concerned that a lot of that mitigation, or possibly none of that mitigation, has gone in, and whether we should be granting planning permission, even though it's outline planning permission prior to that. I don't know how we stand there. I'm looking at other objections. Historic England, I'm very, very surprised that they want the car park, but if it went, and this is the people that are thinking about refusing it, there is a simple way of getting rid of the Historic England objection, and that would be put the car park back in. I was going to ask for Councillor Harper's amendments to be looked at, but everyone's looked at those. Now, there are some options for those people that are actually saying we should go for this. There are some options, and that is, should we, and we should discuss these things, reinstate the car park. I believe we should be taking on board the spot lane enhancement under condition 15. We need a condition for renewables if we're going to accept that, and there's still this question in my mind, should we be widening Church Road, which is an option that we have got. So those four things I think need to be addressed by the people that are proposing that we approve, and that's reinstate the car park, spot lane, conditions for the renewable, and the widening of Church Road. I don't know, I'm sat on the fence with Church Road in that it's going to take out hedging. It's not a complete answer. Very concerned about Church Road, but I would like people to address those people that are objecting and those people that are saying we should grant planning permission.
Right, well, I've got three more speakers, and I intend to take those. Councillor, and then try and we can come to some sort of conclusion. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just unmuting myself there. As I think I said back in October, it's very unusual for KCC highways to raise objections. So when they do, they're clearly a serious problem. I mean, the summary of their objections is on page 26 of today's agenda, and there's more detail on page 35. So I won't reiterate them here, but as Brendan Wright, the Principal Transport Officer for KCC Highways, says, they wouldn't have objected unless they were confident that their evidence supported such a stance. Now, KCC is the higher authority. As Councillor Springett says, we always sort of go along with what KCC says. So surely we should be doing that in this case. I'd also go to say that Church Road is in reality little more than a lane. I mean, we all know that. Two cars can just about pass each other. Anything bigger, one of the vehicles has to stop to let the other pass, potentially holding up traffic in both directions. And signs at both ends of Church Road say it's unsuitable for HGVs. Those signs were put there by KCC. And then, as Councillor Gray of Otham Parish Council has just said, Section 38, bracket 6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 states that the determination of a planning application should be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. It's my opinion that the severe traffic impact and harm to a Grade 1 listed building do outweigh the site's inclusion in the local plan, arguably also in contravention of Policy DM21, which is on page 270 of the local plan. And I'd also finally argue that this application is in contravention of Policy H18 itself, which says in its preamble, which I'll read from the actual plan, planning permission will be granted if the following criteria are met. I won't detail all five of them because we all know what they say. But whilst I realise that these are outside the control of the applicant, it doesn't alter the fact that not one of these criteria has actually been met. So in my opinion, and surely that of any rational person, until these criteria are met, any permission would be in serious contravention of the local plan. I'll therefore recommend refusal on the grounds that it contravenes policies H18 and DM21. So
I'm sorry, Councillor Atkinson, I think you're going to have to say why it contravenes.
Well, on policy H18, criteria 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 have not been implemented yet. And as I say, although it's outside the control of the applicant, it doesn't alter the fact that not one of these has been met. So that's the grounds that I would refuse for that. And then DM21, it doesn't comply with that. So I'll just look up the actual wording. Well, I mean, there's quite a lot.
Okay, well,
I submit it's against policy DM21 as well. So I'd like to move that in addition.
You can't, it's already been moved. The motion to reject the application was moved some time ago, and we are currently discussing the amendments, so you can't propose anything at the moment, but that may change. Councillor Atkinson, do you understand? We can't have two amendments at the same time.
No, I get that. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harwood, please. Councillor Harwood.
Sorry, I know Councillor Perry had reserved his right. But
yeah, well, I was going to take Councillor Perry after you, but
no, I'm happy. I just wanted to answer Councillor Mumford's points as the mover. In terms of the car park, the case officer, Mr. Timms, has made it clear that he does not necessarily believe that the Historic England issue around viability in car parks is a game changer. I think most of all because the applicant is going to provide 28 additional spaces in the lay-by, whereas currently the church has no spaces other than parking on Church Road Lane, which is what the current situation is. So actually there is a material improvement. I suggest that when this church was created in the 9th century, in the 11th century, it didn't have a tarmac car park in front of it. And I think that if you were getting married or whatever, you would much prefer the landscape island approach, which we are pursuing, which we've pursued around Stonehouse in Weavering Street, and it's worked very well. On the second point around Church Lane, Stroke Road widening, I would oppose any widening because I believe it would actually speed traffic up for short lengths of the road and therefore create a danger, and it would lead to the grubbing out the hedgerows which maintain the landscape and are of value. In terms of renewables, condition 19 talks about 10%, and on the point around the highway objection from Kent Highways, of course they objected to all of the South East schemes, and this committee has approved all of the South East schemes because the local plan is our development plan which we have to follow. Thank you.
Councillor Vizard, and then I will come to Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was actually been addressed by Tony just then, and obviously Steve Mumford brought it up in respect of we did need to talk about the widening of Church Road, because it was something that was brought forward by the developer, and I understand exactly what Tony's saying by grubbing out the hedges and everything, but part of the proposal, if we were to go down that road, could be reinstatement of hedgerow along there to bring it up to a reasonable level. And I accept what Tony's saying as well. It will, for short distances of the road, speed the traffic up. But it was a proposal by the developer that it was an option that we had and we should talk about it. There was also the option about the widening or whatever it was at the top of Spot Lane. Mr. Timms did mention it, but I didn't completely get to grips with it. But yes, they needed to be just put out on the table so that we could discuss them. I've got nothing more to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The reason, Councillor Perry, I've left you is because we were essentially discussing the amendment and you reserved your right on the main motion. Councillor Perry. Councillor Perry?
Yeah, just
if you understand the procedural
I
point.
totally understand. Yeah, I totally understand. I'll try and be brief because so much has already been said. Let me just take the highways issue. I think is incredibly important. I think time and time again I've sat on this committee, and Kent Highways haven't committed themselves at all. On this one they have, and they've come out with being severe, and if they say it's severe, they're the experts, and I go along with that. I really do. That's my first point. The point, I think this is very well made by Councillor Newton, and I think Councillor Gray as well said it. This is on the listed buildings. I think this would have a real adverse effect on a Grade 1 listed building and on several Grade 2 listed buildings. And this is very, very important in my view. It's one of the key issues for me. And I think this development would contravene DM4, which I think Councillor Eaves has already mentioned, and SP18, and I totally go along with that. I also think that this, if the Barnwell Manor case, I think this is actually worse than what Lord Justice Sullivan rejected when he rejected the inspector on the Barnwell Manor case. I think this is actually worse than that. So I think there's a very strong reason to reject this completely. The access people have got into, and I think it's an appalling access. We all know this road, and let's face it, we know the reality of it. And whilst I have every respect for Councillor Harper and his cycling, that's not the answer to the traffic congestion problems in Maidstone. And I think we've got to be realistic about this. We all know the issues on the 274, 229 and the local roads around this area, and it's extremely, extremely bad. Just one final point I would make, and this is the local plan issue. I don't believe, because we have a local plan, it does not mean that we have to automatically, we're not automatons, we don't automatically have to accept it. I think that's a completely wrong interpretation. Yes, an inspector 4 years ago on data probably 5 or 6 years old came to a particular conclusion, but several thousand residents clearly have a completely different view, as does our MP, our county councillor, and several of our borough councillors who've spoken very eloquently tonight. And I do support what Councillor Mackay and Councillor Atkinson also said. A lot has changed in the last 4 years, and I think we need to recognise that. That is one of the reasons why I will support Councillor Eaves in his proposal to refuse this application. I think it's completely wrong, and common sense should judge us on this as much as anything else. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillors should know that common sense has very little to do with planning.
Yeah, I said it, Clive, but yeah, you're probably right. You know what I mean.
Members, I wasn't going to come in again, but I do have to very quickly. Kent County Council have quite clearly taken a very different view in the South East Corridor to everywhere else in Maidstone, where there are roads with the same severe congestion, which they're saying is quite all right. In this particular corridor, we have had the local planning inspector very recently discount, and a High Court judge in another case, discount the County Council's position on the main road corridor. That doesn't mean we can't turn down the planning application. It does mean we have to be very careful about what grounds are used. The one point you have raised that is the only material change I think that's actually happened in planning terms since the local plan is the Barnwell Manor case, which is of course happened since the local plan was adopted. So I ask you whether that's relevant to your grounds of refusal if we get to that point. And secondly, there are the issues about the local road network, but I think you're going to have to separate, if you're going to substantiate a refusal, the local road issues from the 274, because that's been tested and it's not going to stand up. Mr. Mumford, Councillor Mumford.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my way around like everyone else. The only bit that I've brought up that has not been addressed by the people that are proposing things is Spot Lane, whether they want that included in condition 15.
Chair, sorry, Mr. Timms, that is currently included in a condition, so the recommendation includes that. So it would be more whether you want to remove that at the moment.
Councillor Harwood and Councillor Wilby, you didn't propose removing it. Can I confirm?
No, we most certainly didn't, no.
So that would stay in. Right. Is that clear with everyone? Right. I've got an amendment. Is everyone clear about what the amendment is?
Chairman, I'm sorry, it's Debbie, the committee clerk. I think Rob Jarman wishes to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm considering that, but before that, I want to make sure everyone knows what the amendment is. I'm not moving to the vote yet. I just want to make sure everyone knows what it is actually is.
Clive, can you clarify for me exactly what it is? I am losing track.
Yes, that's why I'm asking Councillor Harwood to repeat it.
Right, thank you, Chairman. I'm moving that we grant permission as per the planning papers, and that includes retaining the revised approach to car parking, which is better landscaping around the 11th century church, but a parking lay-by for 28 spaces. And I think that is and the other key issue is that there was a kind of either or on whether we should request some widening of Church Lane / Road, and I'm suggesting that we do not do that because it will lead to a short, fast stretch of road which could cause us some issues, and it would lead to loss of hedgerows and change the landscape in a deleterious way. Thank you.
Is that clear to everyone?
Chairman, sorry, it's Debbie here. Councillor Harwood, did you take on board some of the cycle route issues from Councillor Hopper?
Yes. Yeah,
I think it was proposed delegated powers to examine further, wasn't it, Councillor Harwood?
Yeah.
In the northeast corner.
Particularly, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Is that clear, Mrs. Snoot? Hello, Debbie?
Sorry, I've just unmuted. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Spooner. Councillor Spooner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just demuting myself as Keith did, listening very, very carefully to everything that's being said. And I must admit, initially, I have to say I'm absolutely appalled at the prospect of the traffic that would come out from this development pouring out onto Church Lane and then going on to Gore Court Road and Buffering Drive to the south. And then we have Durringwood Drive and Spot Lane to the north. We are all aware that decisions must be made in conformity with the development plan unless material considerations dictate otherwise. And it seems to me in this instance we have a quite important material consideration insofar as the local highway authority is objecting to this proposal and giving us what I think is a very, very good reason for refusing it. I very, very much support the proposal by Councillor Eaves. Personally, I would like to tweak it a little bit. I don't quite know what the procedure might be for doing that, because I think it could be made a bit more relevant. But I think we do have a material consideration here in refusing this application. As somebody once said earlier this evening, at the local planning inquiry, lots of mitigating features were put forward for the A249, A229 corridor. I don't think any of those have come forward yet. I would also like to think that the new developments which have already been permitted off the Sutton Road, and Richard Timms alluded to these, have been granted permission, but in all of those cases an adequate means of access out onto the 249 was able to be provided. In this particular case, it seems to me that this site is almost tantamount to being landlocked. You know, I just can't see how an appropriate means of access can be provided to it. So therefore, I'm more than prepared to support Councillor Eves' proposal. And but if I can tweak it a little bit, I'd like to, but I don't know the procedures for doing that.
Well, the procedure is voting on the amendment first, and then if that amendment fails, then we can discuss tweaking whatever's left, if you see what I mean. Right.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Perry, very quickly, don't repeat anything that's been said before. Councillor Perry?
Yes, just very quickly, I've had a text from Councillor Brindle. She's been disconnected and she cannot get back on. And obviously she would want to vote and she's been disconnected.
Okay,
it's not exactly very satisfactory for you know.
Well, yes, hopefully while we're concluding this, we can try and get her reconnected. I do have Mr. Jarman and to come to speak before we move to a vote. I've saved the best for last, perhaps. Mr. Jarman.
Sorry, Chairman. If you want Councillor Brindle to be able to vote, then we will need to see if we can get her back in straight away before more information is provided to the committee.
Oh, I was assuming she'd only lost her verbal access rather than listening, but you're quite right.
So
if she's actually can't hear us as well, you are right. We need to try and.
I'll see if we can get her reconnected.
Yeah, it's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, Mr. O'Connell.
Okay, Chairman.
Have we got Mrs. Brindle back?
Right, she's showing as being participating in the meeting, but she doesn't actually appear to be connected. So we're going to try and contact her separately. This may take a few moments, or you may have to decide to proceed without her as part of the meeting. That's a choice the committee needs to make.
Give it a couple of minutes and see what you can do. We'll give it a 2-minute break, pause. Jarman, please. Mr. Jarman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to go over a few fundamental points.
Please.
Kent County Council, as Highways Authority, just because of their overall view of opposition, that's not a material consideration in its own right. To go back, and I'm afraid to go into a bit of detail, at the examination in public, as has been said already this evening, Kent County Council had a blanket objection to all of the developments in the southeast, which are covered by Strategic Policy SP3. They had an objection to the housing numbers, as it were, and the impact on the A274 in particular, but other roads as well. And crucially, perhaps for tonight, they were also against any mitigation as well. So what Maidstone Borough Council offered evidence on was that we undertook our own modelling up until the year 2031. So the inspector agreed with Maidstone Borough Council because of our highways modelling. Yes, an unusual position where the district council does the highway modelling, but it's very important to point out that we based it on evidence, and obviously the evidence looked at congestion up until 2031, but it also looked at air quality as well, which has been mentioned earlier. Secondly, in detail, because I remember councillors coming up to object at the examination in public, we looked at the local road network as well. You know, we looked at exactly where the access or accesses would be. So both of those points, the sort of impact on the general highway network and the local highway network, were discussed in detail at an examination in public. Secondly, I'd remind members that this is an outline planning application. It's an in-principle application, and that's exactly why we have local plan policies. And lastly, I think Councillor Atkinson mentioned this point. At the end of the day, as with schemes that we've already permitted off the A274, all a developer can do is provide monies for, in this case, highway improvements, in the old days via a Section 106 agreement, but now, because we've got SIL, via SIL. Councillor Atkinson referred to criteria 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Well, if this application gets approved, then Bellway, via SIL, and there's no discretion, you have to pay SIL, the Highways Authority should be spending those monies on those highway improvements as set out in the Maidstone adopted local plan. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Jarman. I don't have any other members wishing to speak, so we have had an amendment moved and duly seconded. I'm therefore going to move to the vote on the amendment, as everyone should be clear on what it is. Mr. O'Connell, would you call the vote in alphabetical order, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
I'm assuming the amendment is to reject this, isn't it?
No, the amendment is to approve the application,
to approve.
Councillor.
To approve. In that case, against.
Councillor Brindle. Councillor Brindle, if I can ask you to put it into the IM, I will continue with the vote and then I will check the IM afterwards. But if she can't vote at this point, then she won't be able to vote at all. Councillor Chapel-Tay.
Against.
Councillor English.
Abstain.
Councillor Eaves.
Against.
Councillor Harwood.
For.
Councillor Kimmins.
Abstain.
Councillor Munford.
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Against.
Councillor Perry.
Against.
Councillor Spooner.
Against.
Councillor Vizard.
Councillor Vizard.
Councillor Vizard.
Sorry, my mouse had gone to sleep. 4.
Councillor Wilby.
4.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the voting.
Can we have a tally, please?
Sorry, Chairman, have we got Councillor Brindle yet?
No, nothing on the IM.
I've no access to. Oh, crumbs. She's got
vote.
no access to the IM.
Well,
Okay.
it wouldn't change the vote on the amendment.
So
Hopefully, by
technically,
time
the
we
vote
get
is
to the
concluded now
substantive-
anyway.
Time we get to the substantive. Right. We turn now. Hello, Councillor Kimmins. What are you doing? Right. We return to the discussion on the substantive motion, which was to refuse. I'm going to ask members to seriously consider this, because whilst there are potential grounds for refusal, I'm personally very unhappy about using the overall highway network on the A274 as a ground, given the situation with the local plan inquiry. Councillor Reeves, you moved the motion originally. Do you want to run through your grounds, please?
Yes, please, Chairman. Thank you. I was just about to message you to say I'll clarify and try and make it a bit more succinct. Just dealing with the material consideration, I appreciate that Mr. Jarman pointed out that local highway authority isn't solely on its own a material consideration. However, mixed with that, the previous High Court judgment that happened after the local plan was agreed by full council, although not obviously fully voted in favour for, it's a separate point, then those two together will provide material consideration for...
Are you talking about Barnwell Manor?
I am. Apologies for forgetting the name of it, but yeah, Barnwell Manor is a case study that can be used to add to material consideration for refusal. The policy area, do you want me to clarify the policy areas?
Yeah,
as well?
I think you need to.
Okay, so there's... I'll split it. So the adversely affecting heritage policy DM4 and policy SP18. So policy SP18, and this is it adversely affects Grade 1 listed church and the other Grade 2 listed buildings. SP18 states that Maidstone Borough Council must continue to contribute to the characteristics, distinctiveness, diversity and quality of heritage assets that will be protected and where possible enhanced. I want that included under SP18 as a refusal, because I do not believe that having 440 houses and the increase in car movements and the air pollution that it's going to cause will protect or enhance. So I believe that is a sound policy. DM4 also adds to that. The local road networks, unless someone can add something to it, I think the easiest way is about air pollution and sort of adversely contributing to what local residents already in the vicinity will be adversely affected by. H18 0.9 will not be met due to already being over capacity, and the additional safety measures that are already in place on Spot Lane would actually add to the additional length of car stationary, thereby exacerbating the affected area. DM6, we as a council have a responsibility to air pollution issues, which is not met by accepting a severe increase in traffic on local road network. And we can always look at including, and again, I'd take advice on this, DM1 under adversely affecting occupiers of neighbouring properties, whereby we need to restrict the overlooking or visual intrusion, which will impact residents of Downswood, but also Chapman Avenue on the west side.
I think that might be hard on an outline application. I can see the relevance
possibly,
of
but
the-
yeah, I wanted to just put it in again. That's why I said I'd want that, just maybe some advice. But I hope that that's a little bit more succinct and direct than what I initially went through. But I'll take sort of direction on what we can and can't include. But I personally feel that there, with the material consideration included, I think that's grounds enough personally. But
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Mr. Perry if he wants to add to that or take away from it, come to that. Councillor Perry. Councillor
No, I
Perry.
totally support, and I think the mention of the Barnwell Manor case is very, very relevant to this, and I totally support Councillor Eaves.
Well, it's the only thing that I can see that's actually changed since the local plan, so I think you need to include that. Councillor Harwood.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I am somewhat bemused by the way this vote is going because of the discussion and the deferral and how we ended up where we are to bring in this new matter. So I would like to have the planning officers brought in, because we have approved far more deleterious to the landscape and listed building schemes than this, and far worse impacts on traffic than this application. So also I am really concerned that with a refusal, not only will obviously it will be overturned because of the local plan situation and national policy, but I fear that we will have significant costs levied against us on such a big scheme, and that further to that, I am concerned that all of the very significant landscape safeguards that we have achieved through the deferral and through negotiation will be lost, and we will end up with a legacy of playing to the gallery, which will damage the setting of the church long term, and indeed the lives of those residents living around this application site.
Officers will, of course, advise on the defensibility or otherwise those conditions in due course. And of course, there is a constitutional provision which may or may not be exercised. But let's go a little further and on some of these things. I won't call Councillor Eaves back at this point because, but I will do in due course. But I will take Councillor Mumford's question. Councillor Mumford. Councillor Mumford.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm
Yeah.
just a bit slow. I'm getting old, you know.
No, you're not.
My question is that we deferred this for certain reasons. It's come back as a deferral. The refusal is addressing other points that were not on the initial. It's come back on deferral, and the refusal doesn't line up with that. How do we stand on that in policy terms?
Well, it's rude in a way, but there's no legal impediment to including additional items because the decision on the application hadn't been taken. So can I ask whether the officers have any comments on the proposed grounds of refusal?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to say that the Barnwell Manor case, I believe, was 2014, so it's some time ago, and all that case is saying is a requirement to give duty to the legal provisions around listed buildings. It doesn't equal a refusal. It's just how you consider it. So I've not heard anything about what harm is. What's the conflict? Policy SP18 refers to the historic environment, and it's about how you would respond to that and design. Policy DM4 is about harm that might be caused and weighing that up. But Barnwell Manor's just how you consider it. It's not a game changer as to this is now refused. There's reference to, I think, H189.9, I'm not sure on that, and DM6, which is air quality. As it says in the report, again, we come back to the evidence, an air quality assessment has been provided, which shows that this development will have a negligible impact. And as Mr. Jarman said, the whole southeast sites have been looked at cumulatively. Cumulatively, yes. So, I'll leave it there because I think until there's a sort of sound reason, it's difficult for us to advise either way at the moment.
Sorry, Chair, could I just add to what Mr. Timms has said?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jarman, if you go through the IM like everyone else. Okay. Councillor Spooner next. Councillor Spooner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just some gentle tweaking I'd like to do to the proposal for Councillor Eaves, if I'm allowed to do that.
Of course you're allowed to do it.
Okay, I mean, I've been scribbling down here looking at the actual comments that KCC have made on this application as set out in paragraph 301 on page 8 of the order papers. And I think we need to focus our minds on exactly what KCC Highways are saying. I think that is far more relevant and will have far more impact. And I think we should be saying something with regard to highways, that the proposal will severely worsen safety hazards to road users on Church Road and create an unacceptable severe traffic impact on the local highway network, specifically the A229, A274 and Willington Street. Now, I would like advice from the highways officer. Sorry, I've forgotten his name.
Brendan
Wright, yes, on that, because not just the A229, but also on Willington Street junctions, and those issues are contrary to policy DM21, the local plan, and policy paragraph 108 of the National Planning Policy Framework. I just wanted to tweak that in, if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Mr. Jarman, please. Mr. Jarman?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Mr. Timms had to say about the Barnwell Manor case. It's about impact on the setting of the listed building.
Right.
And that, apart from highways impact, that was the other primary concern at the examination in public, impact on the setting of the listed church. And I'd remind members again that this is an outline planning application, and there are 7 criteria on design and layout, most of them about protecting the setting of the listed church. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Perry, and then I do want to proceed to see whether there is a motion here that can be put.
Yeah, I don't want to get embroiled in the Barnwell Manor case, but Lord Justice Sullivan threw out the inspector's approval. He did it, as he's rightly said, it was on the setting of Barnwell Manor itself, and I think in this case, I think it's perfectly justified. I think Barnwell Manor does apply to this particular case. Thank you.
Well, yes. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Chairman.
Would you like to add anything at this point?
I would only really reiterate what I said earlier, in that the Highway Authority has put forward substantive objections on the application. One of those being associated with highway safety, the second of those being associated with the severe impact on congestion. The National Planning Policy Framework affords the opportunity for applications to be refused on those grounds, and that continues to be our position.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. Right, does anyone else wish to indicate to speak? Because otherwise I'm going to move forward. No? Right, I'll just speak myself then very briefly. I would like to vote for this motion, but given that the A274 stroke A294 has been included as a ground for refusal, I can't. Therefore, I'll have to vote against it, because if we include that as a ground for refusal, we are going to become absolutely unstuck. But that's just my personal view on that. I will now allow either Councillor Eaves or Councillor Perry to sum up on the motion and actually tell us exactly what is and what is not included in their proposed ground of refusal.
Thank you, Chair. I happen to probably agree with you on the point that if we include the issue on the A229 and A274, then just because of what's gone before, it opens us up to losing any potential appeal, which is why I want to concentrate on the local road network rather than the A roads. I would hasten to add, I didn't include in my wording the safety issues raised on Church Road that that has been brought up. I would, if Councillor Perry is happy to agree to sort of, seconding that addition, then with what Councillor Spooner mentioned about the add-on on Church Road and the safety issues being included under the concerns of KCC highways, I think that would be fine, but not the 229, 274 on Willington Street. If that's...
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
I can support that as well, so that's fine by me.
Okay, Mr. Timms, do you need any further clarifications to the grounds?
Yes, sorry, Chair. I don't understand what the local highways issues are, because Councillor Evers said not A274, A229 or Willington Street. They're suggesting the safety on Church Road. I understand that, but what's the... I don't know what the local highway issue is.
Okay, the local highway is the congestion and thereby the contravening of the air pollution consideration that we as a council need to have. It will have an adverse effect under policies H1. Where is it? Sorry, go on.
Where though? You're saying the local issue. I don't understand where this.
You want me to? Would you like me to name the roads? I'm more than happy to.
I think
we've got Daringwood Drive, Spot Lane, Mallard's Way, are the three that will be adversely affected by this on those grounds, on the local roads.
Okay.
And I'd actually add in as well, if I can. I mean, you've got Maginford Road as well, because there's going to be a lot of traffic from Willington Street to Maginford Road with the local school and community centre there that's going to be adversely affected by queues, and therefore that would be part of the local road network that would be adversely affected by what I'm proposing.
Okay, is that clear enough?
Yeah, it seems to be severe congestion on Daringwood Drive, Spot Lane, Mallard's Way, and Maginford Road, and the air quality impacts associated with that, and also the safety issues on Church Road that the Highways Authority are raising. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's contrary to which policies?
I've got it as, and again, I'll take advice if need be, H18 DM6. Actually, you could also include, to be fair, DM1, where it's air. Yeah, DM1 includes air pollution and vehicular movements as well.
Okay, well that's what's been put forward.
Okay. Anyone want to add anything else or take it away? Because otherwise, that is the proposal. Oh, someone's got a question. Councillor Harwood, I think that's you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just that point I raised earlier on, is that in my view, I think it's inevitable that this will be overturned by an inspector and we'll have costs awarded. However, my main concern is the landscape concern, and those betterments that have been negotiated since the last time this came to committee. I just wanted a view from officers as to whether the inspector would be looking at the original scheme that came to committee, which we deferred, or whether the inspector will be making a judgment on the revised scheme with the safeguards. And I'm particularly concerned about the setting of the church, because if we do get the big car park around the church, that's a significant concern. And yet, because a statutory consultee, for whatever reason, is proposing that a car park actually improves the setting of an 11th century church, I'm very worried about that. So I'd just like the officers to come back on those points of detail.
That is a very important question, actually. Mr. Timms or Mr. Jarman, do you have an answer?
Well, the applicants amended the plans to, as you can see, this. I mean, it's only a parameter plan; it's an outline application, but that's their current plan. Who's to say what they may change at appeal? But that's certainly what is the applicant's current proposal.
Okay, that's about as clear as it. Yeah. Did you? I've got an IM, but I'm not sure whether Councillor Reeves actually addressed that. Do you need anything further, Mr. Timms, on the grounds of refusal?
Well, all I'm saying is I sort of alluded to what I think was being said, but I think the councillor needs to read out the grounds for refusal so we can advise on it.
Yes, indeed, you're quite correct. Councillor Reeves.
Certainly, yeah, no problem, Mr. Timms. I've got no problem with that. So the basis of the refusal is on the adverse effect of local road networks, contrary to policy H1 8.9, DM6 and DM1, where the increase in traffic will adversely affect residents to the point that air pollution is beyond what is reasonable for a council to accept, and adversely affects the local residents. Additionally, there is a safety issue on Church Road that has not been addressed, and due to the constraints of the road, likely will never be able to be addressed. And do you need me to qualify as well the heritage issues under DM4 and SP18, or was that clarified previously?
I didn't think that was included.
No, I think it was included.
Yeah, that was originally included. No one sort of objected to that being excluded. So unless there's a change to that, it will be a case of the proposal of or the outline proposal in this application would adversely affect both Grade 1 listed church and the other Grade 2 listed buildings, contrary to section DM4 and SP18, where it will not be protecting or possibly enhancing the characteristics, distinctiveness and quality of the heritage assets.
Okay, is that clear? Richard?
Yes, as clear as we
Okay.
can get
Now,
out of it.
Can I check whether the seconder is okay with that? Councillor
Yeah, that's
Perry?
fine by me. Let's go to the vote, please.
Well, right. At this point, do the officers want to say anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I've got the grounds are relatively clear now. Yeah, I would have to advise on the first ground that would be unreasonable. The reasons for that refers to air pollution. As I say, there's evidence submitted that says it will be negligible effect. That's backed up by Environmental Health. So I consider that would be wholly unreasonable ground for refusal. And in addition, the safety issues on Church Road, again, for the reasons set out in the report, and the limited one movement per minute from this development, again, I feel that would be unreasonable. And in terms of the heritage reason, I also feel that would be unreasonable, partly for the reasons Mr. Jarmond outlined. It's an outline application. It's been assessed or looked at the local plan in examination, and the policy has criteria to deal with it. So I think on both grounds, I would advise they're unreasonable and a significant risk of costs. And I defer to the legal officer on this in line with the Constitution.
Ms. Parks?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I haven't really interjected much during the debate, apart from a couple of points on the instant messaging, but I have been sitting patiently and listening to everything that's been discussed. I would agree with what Mr. Timms has said. I would suggest that since a number of these matters were resolved through the local plan inquiry, as has been set out, and have been discussed in the officer's report, that they would be very, very unlikely to be sustained at appeal, and as a result that the council would be at significant risk of an award of costs against them, certainly in a sum far in excess of that considered to be the figure that is significant by the council's director responsible for finance. And so, yeah, my view would be that I would agree with the officer that those grounds are not sustainable at appeal, and we are at risk of costs. I think perhaps the head of planning might want to come in now per the terms of the Constitution to consider what his view is and whether he wishes to give a costs warning.
Mr. Jarman?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. based on the advice that Mr. Timms has given and Cheryl has given, the objections are, I describe as in principle objections. This is an outline planning application, so I must give you a costs warning. Secondly,
go on, Rob.
Secondly, if you continue with your decision to refuse this application, then for the reasons previously specified by myself, Mr. Timms, and Cheryl Parks, the decision will not be implemented but deferred to the next meeting of this committee.
Well, that's clear. Now, we are nevertheless taking a vote at this point, correct?
That's correct, Chairman. We would need to take an indicative vote at this point.
Right, members have heard that. There is a motion on the table. There is going to be a constitutional procedure, but nevertheless, we do need to take a vote at this point. In alphabetical order, please.
Just to be clear at this point, Chairman, Councillor Brindle did miss a chunk of the debate, and so would normally be considered to have left the room and be unable to vote
on this item. I'm sorry, but because of the protocol. Sorry, Miss Councillor Brindle. Ryan, if you'd like to call the vote, please.
Councillor Atkinson.
For.
Councillor Chapel-Tay.
Against.
Councillor English.
For.
Councillor Eaves.
Just very quick clarifying because it went silent slightly. This is for my proposal. Apologies.
Correct, Councillor.
Yes, for. Sorry.
Councillor Harwood.
Against.
Councillor Kimmins.
Against.
Councillor Munford.
Against.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
For.
Councillor Perry.
For.
Councillor Spooner.
For.
Councillor Vizard.
Against.
And Councillor Wilby.
And against.
Thank you.
Can I have the total votes, please, Mrs. Snigg? Have we a tally of votes, please?
Sorry, Chairman, that's 6 for and 6 against.
Really? In that case, I will cast my vote for. Casting vote.
Brilliant. Well done, Clark.
Presumably the constitutional procedure is now invoked. We will have a 5-minute...
My dissent noted, please. Of
course you can, Councillor
Harwood. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, please.
Sorry, who was that?
Oh, Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
Thank you. Hang on. Which way did you vote, Lottie? I thought you voted for.
Yes, so I want that noted.
Oh, but that's not dissent, technically. If you see what I mean, because you can't dissent from something that was approved and which you voted for.
Yes, I basically I want my vote recorded, which way it went.
Can I see whether there are two? Councillor Harwood has presumably supports that. Can I see whether there's one other person that wishes to, to have the votes recorded?
I'm happy with that. If you want to have the votes recorded.
Fine. In that case, they will be, as 3 people have indicated. Thank you. There will be a 10-minute break before we consider the next application, and I'm giving warning that because of the, unless we are a lot quicker on this second item, and I think the issues are the same, we are going to be having an adjourned meeting. So back here at 25 to 9.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
Still present.
Councillor Brindle.
I'm present, and can I just say that I did hear the discussion, I just could not communicate back to you.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, moving onwards.
Chapeltay.
Present.
English.
Present.
Eves.
Present.
Harwood.
Present.
Kimmins.
Present.
Munford.
Present.
Yeah.
Present.
Harford Reed.
Present.
Perry.
Present.
Spooner.
Present.
Vizard.
Present.
And Wilby. Councillor Wilby.
Are you with us, Paul?
I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Clive.
Okay, great.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, if I call upon Mr. Timms to present the report without going over too much we've already discussed. Mr. Timms?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just having a discussion offline with Mr. Jarman, but it's okay. Sorry, I'll continue. Please ignore that. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got to go through the detail of this because obviously I appreciate on the outline there's 2 grounds for refusal, which you'd expect to continue onto this, but we do need to now look at the actual detail of the application itself. So I am going to have to go through that. Obviously, won't go through all the location and photographs, but I'll just jump to the layout itself. So here you can see the layout. This is the northern part of the site. You've got the 2 access points coming in, and there's a looping spine road, and that's the width's designed to allow buses to come in and out. Got an undeveloped section of land along the eastern edge, as required by the site policy, and to provide space to the church, maintains views from Church Road, and the density is lower at the frontage, again, in terms of the setting of the church and the open space around the north and west. In terms of open space generally across the site, this slide's pretty good at showing what we've got. There's a large area to the north, as you can see here, and there's a large central space along with the parts along the east. I think that just illustrates the amount of open space in this design. It well exceeds the policy requirement of about 2.9 hectares. We've got about 3.6. And then you've got connections, as we discussed before, to the northwest here and to the northeast. The southern layout, some part of the site, again, open space areas continue. There's a more formal space here with a children's play area and a significant buffer to the ancient woodland as well. And you can see on the western boundary there's also a buffer, and that'll be planted up, and that's another requirement of the site policy. And there'd be a connection to the south across the MBC land here. Just quickly, some of the character areas within the scheme. This is at the entrance. It's a more open and spacious area, being near to the church, detached houses, planted wide verges, structural tree planting.
They're doing their presentation.
Okay. Got ragstone being used on some of the entrance houses and railings to create a semi-formal parkland character. Another character area, the southern access. This is described as an avenue, tree-lined street linking to the central green, strong building lines either side, front gardens enclosed by hedges and or picket fences. And then just another example, this is the central green area, and that's a key focal point within the site, usable space, play areas, and a good meeting place for residents. It's framed and overlooked by taller buildings, as you can see on the bottom there. And ragstone on houses at key points, and that creates a unique space within the centre of the development. It also offers views through to the church, which was a very important part of this layout, to offer that vista to the church. Obviously, the report goes into much more detail on those character areas, but that was just hopefully to show that the scheme has been well thought through and designed, and it provides distinct areas Just some of the street scenes, just to show the house designs, fairly traditional. Got the use of whiteboarding on some of the properties. Got detailing in bullnose hanging tiles, brick arches above windows, and on others there's projecting gables and bay windows. And the bottom here, you've got the apartment blocks. They're 3 stories, but as you hopefully can see here, they're significantly broken up. You've got varying ridge lines, projecting gables, which are set down, balconies, variation in materials. So I know there's some comments on the 3-story buildings, but hopefully that illustrates that they're significantly broken up. And then just lastly, that's a street scene showing some of the different house types. Again, you've got the apartments, but in whiteboarding there. So yeah, I won't go over the issues. Obviously, we've been through the sort of the principal issues on this, but in terms of the detailed application, officers consider the layout and the design is very high quality, and it will create a distinct sense of place, uses quality materials and landscaping, and open space in excess of the site policy requirement. And for those reasons, and in the report, we recommend permission. And just a couple of updates again, correction to the urgent update from Tuesday. Bearsted and Thurnham Society referred to protecting open spaces by deed, and the officer comment referred to dealing with that under reserved matters. Well, obviously, there was an error. This is the full application, and condition 6 secures those open spaces in perpetuity. Again, the online petition was received in connection with this, and we've had a number of representations, but again, they don't raise any new material issues relating to the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timms. The first representation we had was from Mr. Hatcher, Chapman Avenue Area Residents Association. In fact, he does raise an issue that wasn't raised in the outline application, and that is in the first paragraph, and that is the fact that his members' homes in Chapman Avenue will be overlooked from rooftop height by the proposed 3-story blocks of flats in the application. So I just raised that from his representation. Then goes on to outline detailed objections to the effect on the local highways network, sets out the unusually strong objection by KCC Highways in relation to highway safety and congestion. References the congestion of 14% over capacity at Willington Street, raises concerns about Church Road at Mouth at Derringwood Drive, and also the significant impact of the whole proposal on the transport network. In addition, reference is made to issues of ground stability, drainage issues and crime, but those are mentioned without much detail, just as concerns to be flagged up, and concludes with mentioning the severe harm being wrought on the Grade 1 listed ancient church of St Nicholas. So I think the main new point there, Mr. Timms, was actually about potential overlooking of the residences in Chapman Avenue. We have also had a representation from Councillor Gray of Otton Parish Council, which largely reiterates the statement in the which was put forward in relation to the outline application. Does particularly stress the importance of a clear and convincing justification for development affecting a Grade 1 listed building, and also the traffic queues in Church Road, which are considered to be a significant issue by Otton Parish Council. Otherwise, the representation is as set out on the outline application. We also have a representation from Downswood Parish Council in relation to this, which again largely addresses the same grounds that were set out in the regard to the outline application. However, particular reference and stress in this is made of the cumulative impact of taking this application together with previous applications, and with the lack of local infrastructure to support the development in terms of doctors' surgeries, school places, and again stresses the need to address very seriously the damage caused to listed buildings. Mr. Goodman, for the applicant, essentially stresses the high design quality of the scheme and the large amount of open space which is placed within the application. But other than that, no new concerns are raised there either. I don't think I've missed out any important consideration that has been raised by either objectors or applicants or the parish councils. Councillor Newton, are you with us? Councillor Newton?
Yeah, not really. My battery's going in and out.
I'll leave you a minute to see if you can fix that, and I'll go on to
I've tried it, and it'll go out again in a second. It's a council laptop.
Okay, well, if you think of anything desperately important and you're still able to come back before I get to the end, do so. Yeah. But otherwise, I shall go on to Councillor Harper.
Yeah, there was I missed the vote on the outline.
I'll come back and sum up where we are on that in a minute. Councillor Harper, are you there?
Yeah. I assume that well, it'd be interesting to see what your vote is after the outline application was turned down. But one of the things I'd just like to add really is the officers were against the idea of having ramped access on that northwest exit to the site, which would be if you were taking children or heading to the local primary schools and so on, the route you would do if you weren't driving a car. And if that route's made more difficult by having steps and so on, it's likely to result in more parents probably just hopping in a car and driving out through Church Road all the way through Downswood and so on, and just adding to the traffic. We've considered, I mean, we're looking at a proposal where there'll be up to 2,000 residents living there, which is probably what, a village the size of Yalding. You know, with no facilities being proposed. I just think if people keep something like that in their mind, that the size of this development is probably similar to a lot of the villages and parishes in Maidstone in their entirety. You know, let's just consider how you won't have a massive impact on roads and so on. So, yeah, that's what I'd just like people to think about that and about the active transport. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Go back to the question Councillor Newton raised. The amendment to approve the application was defeated. There was a vote on refusing the application on various grounds. That was an indicative vote in the end because a costs warning was given, significant costs warning was given. Under the constitutional procedure, the application is deferred to the next committee cycle in order to test the strength of the grounds of refusal and to give everyone time to think about it. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, fine. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I won't repeat anything I'd said before. Mr. Timms just spoke about buses on this site. Quite frankly, with the roads, Church Road as it is, and Gore Court Road, buses will not be able to access this site, simple as that. Also, earlier on, there was talk of journeys to the south of this site, that is going from using Church Road to head towards Sutton Road. It was estimated at 1 additional journey per hour, and so therefore it was not necessary to widen the road to the south. I can assure you, with the congestion that will be in the Downswood end, the northern end, a lot of people will take, as they do now, the southern route. But anyway, but what I would like to say is, were this committee minded to approve this application, then a condition should be made to widen Church Road, to make this a safe development and allow emergency service vehicles and hopefully a bus to access the development. Currently, Church Road, as I've said, is only just 4 metres wide in places. This would mean that the hedgerow would need to be removed along the length of Church Road where it borders the site, which I would guess is between 500 and 600 metres, and to the east opposite the church. Double yellow lines will also need to be along the length of Church Road, including that part of Church Road in Downswood would also be needed. The comments Tony Harwood made, Councillor Harwood made, regarding if you widened it, it would make it dangerous. Believe me, at the moment, any car or vehicle accessing or exiting this site will block both carriageways. So my objection, and I think we should make this a real important part of our appeal, is just the local traffic conditions. Church Road is not a suitable road as it is to access this site. We are building here a pocket of isolation if it goes ahead, without any access to buses, and an appalling, unsafe, as KCC have said, road. I'll end there.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm assuming Councillor Newton hasn't been able to rejoin us, so I'll go on to Councillor Springett.
Hello, Chair. Thank you. First of all, I support everything Councillor Mackay just said, apart from I would hate to see Church Road widened. My main concern remains with the impact on Church Road. It won't cope with the traffic this development will generate, and no doubt if it's built there will pretty quickly be calls for the ancient hedgerow to be removed to widen the road. But my concern is what then happens to the ancient woodland along the southern part of this road where it becomes Gore Court Road, where it's equally as narrow. Is that going to be sacrificed to widen the road because of the traffic issues? And I can just see us being backed into a corner to have to remove some ancient woodland, and that would be very, very sad. Just one further point on the impact on the Grade 1 listed church. As well as the obvious permanent damage to its lovely semi-rural setting, I understand from a resident that the developer has indicated they would prefer to use pile-driven foundations on this development. Now, residents near Roundwell Park development in Bearsted recently suffered several days of their old houses being absolutely shaken from the piling operations there. They had mirrors rattling and moving on their walls. So if piling was allowed near the church, I would say that's really, really concerning as to the impact on the building. National legislation states that the local planning authorities should have special regard to preserving the building. So pile-driven foundations that could damage it really, really do not meet national legislation. My final point is, should the committee be minded to approve this application, is it possible to add a condition that piled foundations cannot be used near the Grade 1 listed church? Thank you. And once again, I ask that this application is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is Councillor Young hasn't joined us, I imagine? Just checking there. No? Okay, in that case, we move on to any indicated speakers. Councillor Harwood. Sorry, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to expedite matters and get things moving, I think that this application, in terms of design, in terms of layout, is very good when compared to many, if not most, of the applications that we've seen permitted within our wards in recent months and years. And I think it would be very unfair to penalise the applicant. And therefore, I would like to move that we do grant permission as per the papers, because there's a policy compliance scheme which is evidence good design, and that we reinforce the point that we wish to maintain a semi-natural open area around the church. We do not want a tarmac car park. I further do not support any limited widening of Church Road, because it would lead to accelerating, then braking when you reach the southern stretch of the road where you enter the ancient woodland and Gore Court, and which I believe would be very dangerous. I also believe it would speed cars up on the stretch where people will be walking along the lane. In terms of the other issue, we would also need to give delegated powers to the officers to assimilate as good cycle links as we possibly can, particularly from the northern quadrant, as was mentioned. So I just wish to move that. Thank you.
What about the point about pile driving near the church? Do you consider that an issue?
I think that's a building regulations issue and so on, and I don't believe it is a planning matter.
It isn't, but did you want to?
I think that would be unreasonable to say that there's legislation and regulation.
Yeah, just checking.
Grounds that.
No, I was only saying, did you want to include an informative? But perhaps even that's going too far on that. Is that seconded? Is that seconded at this point?
Yeah, I'll second it, Clive.
Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, yes. Now, I agree with Tony. I know the piling is a building reg thing, but could we note it as informative at least?
Well, I did ask that, and Tony seemed to be against it.
Just as an informative, and also I'd like the officers to seek more PV. I think 10% is a token offer. I think it can be. Most of these houses have roofs facing south, and we're missing an opportunity here. So that's the only things I'd like added.
Councillor Harwood.
Well, if I may come back, as the officers remind us all the time, the members' wishes to have a renewables policy was taken out of our local plan, it had no support from our officers. So we do not currently have a policy. We've managed to negotiate 10% on the affordable housing, effectively out of goodwill. And I do not believe it would be reasonable to require any more than that. In terms of the piling, if Councillor Wilby wishes to see an informative, I think we would have to say why we're putting an informative on. And I think the reason why would be because of the grade 1 and 2 listed buildings and our concerns at their integrity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilby, are you still prepared to second on that slightly revised basis?
Yes, I am. However, I'll just come back to Tony's thing. I wasn't saying that we percentage on the PVs. I know they've agreed to 10%. I was looking for the planners to work with the developer to maybe increase the amount, because there is the opportunity there. But that was just a thing, again, an informative for the officers to actually take forward.
Well, again, Councillor Harwood, do you have any problem with that? Do you think that's unreasonable? Just checking. Tony?
I do have some concerns about the reasonableness. So I think the way around that is to say a minimum of 10%, and then it gives you the potential to get 12, 14 or whatever to go if it works. And I do notice that a scheme that's just gone in my ward, where we conditioned 10%, we did actually get more than 10% of the units getting PV on.
Okay, that seems a reasonable compromise, Councillor Wilby. Anyone else want to speak? Anyone else wish to speak at this moment? In that case, I'm going to take...
Yes, Chairman, I put on the IM.
It's just come up. It seems to be going a bit slowly today, Councillor Perry.
Sorry.
Councillor Perry, it's yes. You at the end when we you need, unlike with asking for a named vote, which we're doing automatically.
Yeah.
You actually have to ask for your votes recorded at the end.
Okay. Can I ask a question as well?
Sorry, Chairman, you can ask for a vote to be recorded at any point.
Well,
as long as 3 committee members obviously want it recorded. That is.
Well, it's normally well, I won't argue we're in the middle of a meeting, but that's not quite. But anyway, never mind. Anyone, did you want to substantially speak at this point, John? Or
just a question I wanted to ask. I'm a bit confused on all this. We've just had a long 2-hour discussion on the outline.
Yes. Yes.
Are we going into a vote on this detail? That seems a bit strange to me. We're voting on a detailed one when we just kind of deferred the outline.
Technically, Councillor Perry, it is a different application, and we do have to have 2 separate votes. We can't just roll them up into each other. They are 2 separate applications, and you can, in theory, at least come to 2 separate conclusions.
Well, that'd be total confusion, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. Councillor Eaves, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll happily be a second person that adds in that to have a named vote on it if we need 3. But additionally, then in which case I know Councillor Harwood has moved to have this sort of agreed and with his sort of adjusted comments. Am I in a position to be able to put forward an amendment to have it refused on the same guidelines that I had in the previous application?
No, well, you can't just quote the same guidelines. You have to repeat them separately.
I'm happy to repeat.
But yes, but
I'm happy to repeat them and go through them because in my eyes, it's the same point unless anyone wants to add anything different.
It's just an important procedural point that we.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. In terms of a name vote, it's not a name vote; it's a recorded vote you're requesting.
Yes, that's right. Apologies.
I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy for that to be the case. So that will go. So I'm indicating I agree to that. So that will go forward in due course. Now, Councillor Eaves, did you have a seconder for your proposed amendment?
I'll second it again if you want. Happy to.
Right. Thank you. Do you wish to speak, John, or do you wish to just have Councillor Eaves outline the grounds?
No, let Councillor Eaves outline the grounds, and we can just go ahead. Thank you.
Councillor Eaves.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so on point of heritage, policy DM4 and SP18, this proposed application will adversely affect the Grade 1 listed church and other Grade 2 listed buildings, in such that those policies dictate that Maidstone Borough Council must continue to contribute to the characteristics, distinctiveness, diversity and quality of heritage assets that will be protected and, where possible, enhanced, which this proposal, in my eyes, goes against. Adverse effects to local road network, policy H18.9, I believe, is not met. Additionally, safety measures on Church Road is a severe risk, as pointed out by Highways. DM6 and DM1 both cover the and H18.9 actually cover the issue on air pollution due to the increase in traffic movement, and DM1 also covers off the overlooking or visual intrusion that residents of Chapman Avenue will get should this application be agreed and progressed. The material consideration that is obviously important in this is, again, the fact that local highway authority is against this proposal, and the previous High Court judgment in the barn that I forget the name of.
Barnwell Manor.
That's the one. Do I need to name the local roads again?
No, not necessarily.
It's the same roads as before.
We know which ones they are.
Perfect.
Right. Is that clear to everyone? Right, Councillor Mumford, you have got a question. Councillor Mumford?
Yeah, just I told you last time, I'm getting old. My questions for the planners, I can see what's just been proposed, and therefore the members that are opposing it are quite happy with the overlooking, the design quality and the layout of this application. My question is, if it's not in the reasons for refusal, let's suggest this went all the way to an appeal where it's been upheld. Would any things like overlooking design quality and layout be considered by the inspector and probably uphold some of their considerations, because at the moment, if it goes to appeal, it's all based on highways grounds, and no consideration will be made of the layout, etc. My questions to the planners.
Well, Mr. Jarman, you wanted to come in, so perhaps this is a good point. Mr. Jarman? Hello? Rob?
Hello. Yeah, sorry, Chairman. A bit of a pause there. As you said yourself, Chairman, this is a different application to the one which was considered earlier, in that it's a detailed application. Because it's a detailed application, there needs to be detailed harm identified. So, as I understand it, the first putative reason for refusal is harm to the setting of the listed church. So presumably it's not all the houses proposed which are causing harm.
No.
It's, I don't know, 5, 10. What is an acceptable distance? Is it, I don't know, I'm picking numbers out of the air. Is it because property number 20 is within 70 meters of the church? I don't know. And it's the same as Councillor Munford alluded to. With things like overlooking, it needs to be overlooking of what properties, what adjacent properties, what distance. The sort of traditional rule for overlooking is 21 meters, where habitable room windows are on the same plane. But I need more detail behind. As I said, with the first sort of indicative reasons for refusal, I did say that they were in principle reasons which one can apply to an outline, but this is a detailed application, so they need to be a lot more specific around the specific harm. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's fairly clear. Councillor Atkinson, I think you asked to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I totally agree with what Councillor Eaves is saying, but I'm just wondering, I actually think that, as I said before about H18, they're not complying with that, those conditions or criteria 13 to 17. So would it be possible to add in that, the ground of refusal, that it doesn't comply with those paragraphs of H18? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor, while you're on, how doesn't it comply? I think you need to say.
Well, because as we know, not a single one of those criteria has actually been put in place. So it doesn't apply with any of those because they're not there.
Okay, well, I'm struggling with that one, I have to be honest. Councillor Eaves, can you address the issue of the specifics of this? I'm struggling with the overlooking in Chapman Avenue, to be honest, given the distance. But in terms of the setting of the listed building, can you be a bit more specific?
Certainly can. Do you want me to, so referring to policy?
Well, I think it's not the policy, it's the actual harm on the ground, shall we say.
Okay, so as anyone will know, I mean, I could ramble on about the fact that you drive or walk past any building that has actually had any additional effects of air pollution, and you'll notice that not only...
Sorry, I wasn't clear. I'm not talking about air pollution. I'm talking about the setting of the listed building.
Okay, all right, okay. So, well, the fact is that actually, and this is referring to the policy, but I'll not make it just on policy. The fact is that actually, if this goes ahead, it is going to have a detrimental effect to the Grade 1 listed and Grade 2 listed buildings, so the church and the other listed buildings in the near vicinity, because it goes against the characteristics and sort of distinctiveness and quality of the heritage assets that we've got. That's the wording within the policy. A newly built property on that effect and having a that close is going to have an adverse effect, whether that is on the grounds of visual effect, or could quite arguably be, and again, I am not a structural engineer, however, I can't imagine that the building of 440 houses on a site that has only had a 900-year-old church is going to be beneficial to that church. I'm not quite sure how you wish to word it more than that,
But I'd say
Well,
there's
I
structural
think
issues
it's,
and issues.
I think the issue that Mr. Jarman was referring to, and I think I need to speak to here is if you look at this map, this site plan, which road, part of this road along here, adjacent to the church, is the bit that's doing the harm? That's the question that the damage to the listed building issue has to address. Which of these roads that are that, because it's not the whole estate that's damaged in the setting of the listed building, it's the roads that are particularly near it. So I think you need to think about that. Maybe we'll come back to that. Anyone else wish to speak whilst you're thinking about it? No? Okay, because in terms of the road network, we know what was said, and in terms of air pollution, what is said is said. But in terms of the setting of a listed building, on the previous plan, it was easy enough to just make it general because it's an outline, and you have to set out parameters. But we have a detailed plan here, so we have to actually say what the harm is in detail. Do you see the distinction?
Yeah, no, of course. So the main, and again, it goes back to the fact that not being a structural or civil engineer, how
is the visual impact, Robert?
So the visual impact is the view from there. So obviously Downswood was built in a quarry, so it's below. So the visual impact of Downswood is not impacted on the church setting. The impact of this new proposal is above and equal level to the church setting. Therefore, on a visual impact point of view, whenever you see the church, you will see, no matter how many trees you plant, you will see 440 homes. Granted, you have to look at different angles, but from any angle, unless you're looking down towards Downswood, where it's well below the level, right. I'm sure that was a reason 30 years ago why it was built like that.
I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but what you're essentially saying is that both long and short-term vistas of the church will be impeded by the development.
Yeah, thank you for making it more succinct. That's sort of what I'm getting at. Yes.
So, and that's the sort of phraseology you have to do in order to establish what the harm is.
And that's where your experience compared to my 1 year comes in.
I'm not trying to teach you to suck eggs.
No, I appreciate your input, but yes. I agree. It'll be the short and long term, vistas that will be affected by the proposed application, and that's why it adversely affects the listed church and other buildings in the near vicinity.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to add anything to the amendment before we proceed? Mr. Jarman, did you need to come back on anything? Rob? Hello?
No, Chairman.
Okay, just checking.
Can I just say, Chair, so that seems to be that all 421 houses are going to harm the setting of that church, is what's being said. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, because of the long and short-term vistas from various roads.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, it's important that Richard clarified that.
Yes,
because,
of course.
I'm struggling to think of the long distance views. I can think of some from the North Downs Scarp Slope, but one would see most of Maidstone, or probably all of Maidstone, from the Scarp Slope of the North Downs.
Well, I think
it is an in-principle objection.
I think, if you really wanted to stretch it, you could actually include some of the roads from the potential development in that, I suppose, but that's a bit of a circular argument. But
well, I think we take it as the whole development is considered to cause harm to the setting. That includes the roads, absolutely everything down the south of the site.
Yeah.
So,
okay. No, I was referring to short-term views there when I said that latter point.
Yeah.
But,
okay. Thank you.
Right. Anyone else? Otherwise, we have an amendment. I would have to say, Councillor Rees, I don't think personally, despite the point from Chapman Avenue Residents Association, that the overlooking one is going to stand up given the distance.
I'll happily remove that if we don't believe that it's going to be near enough. However, I'm still of the opinion that the raised position of the properties means that actually there will be looking at the map, I know the area. I personally wouldn't be happy, but then that's my personal opinion. If we need to abide by what actually we'd be able to get through, I'm happy to remove that from.
Yeah, I think it would be wise.
Yep. Yep. Strike that from mine.
Right. In that case, vote on the amendment, please.
Sorry, Clive, can you clarify for me exactly what the amendment is?
Yeah, a very wise question. Right, Robert, can you please run through it?
Run through. Okay, so the amendment is to refuse this application on several policy points. DM4 and SP18 adversely affecting the Grade 1 listed church and other Grade 2 listed buildings, namely on the visual effect of the whole development, with the visual effect being adversely affected.
Both long and short term.
Both long and short term. And that goes against that policy. And then additionally, with the air pollution issues under H1 8.9, DM6 and DM1, it goes against the policy wording within that due to the increase in traffic. Additionally, the safety issues on Church Road cannot be dealt with effectively due to the restrictions on that road.
Thank you very much. Is that clear? That is an amendment. We're not on a substantive motion yet. So, okay. Can we take the vote on the amendment, please?
Chair, do I need to advise on the...
No, not until we get to a substantive motion, Richard.
Thank you.
Amendment, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor Brindle.
Councillor Brindle.
4.
Councillor Chapel-Tay.
4.
Councillor English.
4.
Councillor Eaves.
4.
Councillor Harwood.
Against.
Councillor Kimments.
4.
Councillor Munford.
Against.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
4.
Councillor Perry.
4.
Councillor Spooner.
4.
Councillor Vizard.
Councillor Vizard.
Sorry, Clive, my mouse went to sleep again. Abstain.
So, what was your vote, Councillor Vizard?
Abstain.
An abstention.
Abstain, sorry. And Councillor Wilby.
And against.
Okay, can we have the total, Mrs. Snook? Mrs. Snook?
So just adding up, so I've got 9 for, 3 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Now that becomes a substantive motion, and at this point, Mr. Timms. Mr. Timms.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as would be expected, as before, the grounds relating to the highways and air quality impact is considered to be unreasonable and not sustainable appeal, which could lead to significant costs. And I think in terms of the setting of the listed building, for similar reasons before, the proposal complies with the site policy requirements to protect the setting, and I think for that reason I think it's not sustainable. But I also consider I think it's unreasonable that the whole of this development is considered to harm the setting of that listed building, and indeed there's no apparent balancing exercise of that harm against the benefits, but maybe that's just inherent in members' decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Legal. Ms. Parks?
Yeah, sorry, Clive, same scribbling and trying to do my mouse at the same time. Yes, I would concur with Mr. Timms that the grant would be unreasonable and unsustainable at appeal, and we would be at significant risk of costs. Thank you.
The significant risk of significant costs.
Yeah, significant risk of significant costs. Sorry. Yeah, and I think Mr. Jarman again would most likely want to come in.
Mr. Jarman, you're on stage.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, even more so with this detailed application for the reasons Mr. Timms pointed out with regard to the setting of the listed church. So I must again give you a cost warning, or costs warning, I should say. So again, if planning committee continue with your putative decision to refuse this detailed application, then for the reasons previously specified by Richard and Cheryl, the decision will not be implemented but deferred to the next meeting of planning committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. Can we have the vote, please? It's an indicative vote, obviously. Those in alphabetical order, please.
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
For.
Councillor Brindle.
For.
Councillor Chapel-Tay.
For.
Councillor English.
For.
Councillor Eaves.
For.
Councillor Harwood.
Against.
Councillor Kimmins.
For.
Councillor Munford.
Against.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
For.
Councillor Perry.
For.
Councillor Spooner.
For.
Councillor Vizard.
Abstain.
Councillor Wilby.
And against.
Thank you.
Right, is everyone's clear to the listening public that obviously was indicatively refused for those grounds, but obviously under the council's constitution it will be deferred for the calling off period and will be rediscussed in due course.
And Chairman, the voting was 9 for, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Yes, thank you. Right, in 60 seconds from now we will move on to the advertisement at land at Coldridge Road, Maidstone.
I'm going to have to dip out now, Chairman, because I've got a number of other calls coming in and I've got to get back to do some work, I'm afraid. This lasted longer than I'd anticipated.
Me too. Thank you for being here, Councillor Harwood. Hopefully we can progress. Right, if the officer could introduce the report, as it's a Maidstone Borough Council report, it does have to be introduced.
Same for myself, I need to leave as well.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
officer
Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, hopefully you can see my screen. Just to confirm that you can see my screen. Chairman, could you indicate you can?
James, I can see that, if that helps.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can see it.
Thank you. Yes, members, I'll be very quick. This is an advertisement consent for one number freestanding directional sign. It's on land at Coldridge Road. This is the unit that it serves. The directional sign is proposing to be served. It's positioned in this position approximately here. This is the site, the aerial photograph. This is where it's proposed to be positioned. This is the sign that's being proposed. As you can see, in terms of assessment, members can only consider amenity and public safety. And in terms of policy, the proposal does accord with policy DM 18 of the local plan. And obviously, having all the signs in one particular location on one board does prevent cluttering of the street scene, and therefore, on that basis, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this application? No, in that case, I'll move the recommendation on the papers. Is that seconded?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. Anyone, all those in favour of the application, we could better have to do a vote. Councillor Atkinson.
For.
Councillor Brindle.
For.
Councillor Chapel-Tay.
For.
I'm voting for as well.
Would you like me to continue, Chairman?
Sorry?
Would you like me to continue?
Yes, please. I seem to have lost a piece of paper.
Councillor Eaves.
Sorry about that.
For. Councillor Kimmins.
For.
Councillor Mumford.
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
For.
Councillor Perry.
For.
Councillor Spooner.
For.
Councillor Vizard.
For.
And I think that's everyone who's in the committee.
Councillor Harwood has left, of course. So, right, that's approved. We move on to.
It's 11 in favour, Chairman.
Yeah. And none against and no abstentions. Move on to item 15, page 94, Bramley, Ottom Street, Ottom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application for retention of the dwelling footprint as built with alterations to the roof. If I could just draw members' attention to the urgent update that was submitted, which contains details of the illustrative plan. I have that in my presentation for you tonight, members. It is only illustrative. It is not for consideration because members will note there is a condition on the recommendation conditions. Few points to point out to members. Obviously, page 96 of your papers, there is an active enforcement notice that's been served on the site requiring the demolition of the dwelling. It also included the demolition of the fake oast. Now, what has occurred on that time is since that time the oast has been removed from the site and the bell tower has been removed from the dwelling. However, the dwelling, as you'll see in the photographs, is still erected. So in terms of turning to the application details, so this is the existing as constructed, and this is the location plan as proposed. Just an aerial photograph. The only one we have is from 5th of May 2018, but it shows the context of the site as constructed, where there are a large number of building materials on the site. And members, there is a sort of an entrance covering in this particular area here, which has taken out some of the hedgerows. You'll see some photographs of that in a later date. Just some pinpointers, public footpath that runs down here, down the site, and obviously one of the key characteristics of the Ottom Conservation Area appraisal that was published in 2009 talks about the views internal and external to its countryside setting and its rural farmland setting, which is being one of the key characteristics, and it also refers to the spaciousness of the individual plots within the Ottom Conservation Area and the spaciousness of the gardens that contribute to that intrinsic character and appearance. I will refer to that later as we move forward through the presentation. This just gives you, members, an indication of the extent of the Ottom Conservation Area, with the red the listed buildings, and the purple dotted lines are the public footpaths around the site, and as you can see there's very good connection to the surrounding countryside. Slightly closer view, this is the application site here. Obviously this oast has now been removed, and there is the public right-of-way that links to the north of the site down here. You've got your group of listed buildings here, which are referenced in the Ottom Conservation Area appraisal. So obviously due considerations, the impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area, and obviously on the setting of these adjacent listed buildings. So just turning to some photographs of the existing building, you've got this is as existing, the west front elevation, and the bell tower I think sat approximately in this position here, and you'll notice the uncharacteristic, extremely steeply pitched roofs and the various pitched roof forms you've got on this dwelling, which aren't a characteristic, and something that the inspector obviously picked out when the enforcement appeal was refused. So this is the rear, this is the east dwelling of the site. The south side elevation that did incorporate a balcony area. You haven't got a dwelling over just off to the left of the picture, but it's one of the gardens of the residential properties on the opposite side of the road. So it's actually, to a degree, that had an impact in terms of that, but the current proposals don't propose to have this as a balcony area, as you can see on site. And this is the north side elevation. So just a couple of views looking from the street. You can see the dwelling, the constructed dwelling as existing. So this is looking down Oldham Street, looking north. There's the fencing and the entrance to the site. Gives a good indication of the screening you've got to the front of the site as existing, which is this evergreen tree here, and it has a hedgerow that runs down that frontage. Slightly closer view, this is the existing dwelling as constructed on site. Views from south looking towards the site. This is the existing dwelling with its garage at the northern end. And then this is looking slightly further back, and you can see the dwelling in its context here. Turning to, just to give you some context, members, this is the plan that was approved in 2014. So this was the approved dwelling, just so you've got some context and gauge what was approved on the site. And this just shows you in terms of the plan forms, in terms of what you have on the site. So in terms of you've got the front elevation just here. You've got the rear elevation here, and then you've got the south side and the opposite side, north side elevation. So that's what was approved, and you've seen the building in the photographs that was constructed. Just now turning to the existing ground floor plans as constructed. This just shows you the existing plans you've seen in the photographs and the roof plan. So this is now what is proposed as part of this application. What this application seeks to do is it seeks to retain the footprint of the building as constructed, but in effect change the roof form. So in terms of what you've got here is the west front elevation, same footprint and up to ground floor, and then obviously the whole roof then changes in terms of what you've had constructed on site. You've got, this is the rear elevation. Obviously the chimneys have been reduced to match the roof form. You've got the north side elevation. Obviously the land slopes downhill from the front of the site here. You've got Otham Road and towards the back of the site. So you've got single story at the front, and you've got a higher level as you go to the back of the site. And then this is the south side. This was that balcony I showed you in the photographs. And obviously with the roof form substantially reduced, then there's no accommodation in the upper floor to exert any potential overlooking. And this is the roof plan that's as proposed. So as has been set out in the report, the site has quite an extensive planning and enforcement history, and culminating, as I said, in the serving of the enforcement notice, which was a held up appeal, and that did require the unauthorised dwelling, because we are considering an authorised dwelling here at this point, and the outbuilding to be demolished. As I've said, the OAST and the bell tower have been, well, the OAST has been demolished and the bell tower has been removed. So essentially this application is submitted as a replacement dwelling which retains the same footprint as that constructed on site. The report sets out the key matters to consider, being principally compliance with the policy DM32, which is a replacement dwellings policy, the impact on the character and appearance of the Otham Conservation Area, and the setting of the nearby listed buildings, and obviously its overall design. With regard to the design now proposed, this is 3.05 metres in width, 1.15 metres in depth, greater than that approved in the 2014 application. So it's not considerably larger than the 2014 application, which was approved. And the overall ridge height is 6 metres, is not any taller than what was approved in the 2014 permission, and therefore it is considered that these additional dimensions are not so excessive so as to establish any identifiable harm. And on that particular point, obviously the conservation area appraisal picks out the spaciousness around the building as being the key characteristics and the views into and out of the site. The Council's Conservation Officer has also raised no objection on heritage grounds to the current scheme. And similarly, no objection is raised on the setting of nearby listed buildings as set out in the report. So overall, the current application retains the open space nature of the site, which is the key characteristics, as I said, and its contribution to the conservation area. However, given the length of time that this matter has been going on, and the current state of the building and its curtilage with building materials, your officers have recommended 2 heads in the section 106, which require the building works to be carried out within an agreed time frame. And on that, a request has been made to members to delegate to the head of planning and development to agree that time. I certainly don't think it would be any more than a year, but what we do need to establish is that the applicant has, if members were to approve, the applicant has builders engaged, they can commence the work within the time frame, because obviously failing to complete the works in that time side would be a breach of the section 106 if members to approve it. Also, the other head is to ensure that the landscaping works, the hard and soft landscaping works, are carried out in accordance with the agreed details as set out by the condition, because the intent of all this is to ensure that the works are carried out as quickly as possible and the site restored back to a condition that befits the conservation area. On that basis, the application is recommended for approval as set out, and with those conditions in the section 106 as set out in the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. We have a short comment from Councillor Hipkins of Otton Parish Council. On behalf of Otton Parish Council, I would like to object to the confirmation of planning permission for this property. The initial granting of permission in 2014 was for window changing, not for a change in the bungalow footprint. Subsequently, the original bungalow was surrounded by a new build and extra buildings were erected. An appeal was dismissed on the 16th of the 1st, 2019 after an enforcement decision in 2017. This current application represents a bigger footprint and a building with 2 habitable floors, seemingly greatly different to the original. After years of confusion and considerable distress to local residents, the new proposal does not seem appropriate in Otton, particularly in the conservation area. I urge you to reject this application. Kevin Hipkins, Otton Parish Council Chair. And we have a statement from the applicant. Dear Sir or Madam, following years, I have concluded that through direct meetings with the planning department, we can finalise the project for the benefit of all sides. With all due respect, I submit that this dispute could have been avoided a long time ago, and the village could have had a new addition to the beautiful conservation area. I have made errors, but working directly with planning and conservation officers, we came up with a final design that we both believed now blends in with surroundings. I moved to the village to have a quiet place due to ongoing health issues I suffer from and not fight with neighbours. However, I had no option when I was continually portrayed in a different light than I then would have been liked. The old cottage had no character, and I hope now that with the new redesign, the new house and landscape of the Bramley plot shall actually contribute to enhance the conservation area. I urge you to consider my application, and I agree here that I will finish all the works in 1 year as per the planning application. Yours sincerely, Daniel Struttert, the applicant. I'm not sure whether Councillor Newton has rejoined us or not.
I've just got here. The battery had gone flat on here, but am I free to speak?
You are indeed, Councillor. I'm hoping to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I've been involved in this issue, I will say issue, since I became a councillor, and most of you probably know how long that is. This was a bungalow that an application came in for renovating the windows, which had gone on and on and on. Obviously, residents were very upset that it was the way it was. Then we suddenly found that the building was surrounded by another building, which had, and this had gone on and on and on, and gradually got bigger and ended up, in fact, a very big building with a clock tower on the top. Without any planning permission, it's very much upset residents. There has been some very offensive graffiti on the fence outside, aimed at a resident very near. And I see no progress with this, and looking at the size of this building, somebody's been hoodwinked, in my opinion, into trying to not looking deeply at it and its history. I've been obviously lobbied heavily about it, and I would suggest, even with these modifications, which appear to be considerably larger than what was originally approved, needs to be refused. And the hoarding round this site, which is about 3.2 metres high in boards that are stood, is a pimple on the backside of Ottham, and I would literally call for this to be refused. You've only got to look at it, and but nobody has been able to get in. I was on site once when the Oast House was constructed and asked them to stop it because he hadn't got planning permission. But there has been some intimidation that's gone on locally by people, and as I say, it's a most unholy situation, and as I say, I would seek that it is actually refused or put back to as it was originally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I see any indications of anyone wanting to speak? Not as far as I can see. Well, the question, members, is whether in your minds the proposed rowing back from the works that were taking place within, as is suggested, a calendar year, are sufficient to have now established an acceptable, or at least low impact scheme, or not? It's a very straightforward question in that respect. Councillor Chapel-Tay, please. Did you indicate that you wish to speak, or is...
I just wanted to ask one small question really of the officer, and that is, if this didn't have all the history behind it and this had reached us as a normal planning application from the beginning, would we have in all likelihood recommended it for approval?
Right, I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm just going to take Councillor Mumford, who's indicated at this point.
Just very quickly. I heard that it didn't have an upstairs. I then heard it did have an upstairs. Just confirm it has only got one habitable floor.
Right, can I have the Mr. Bailey? Can you answer those two questions, please?
Yes, it's got a single floor. So in terms of it doesn't have an upstairs, there's no upstairs in the roof form. The currently constructed dwelling on site, if you can see from the photographs, obviously did have the ability to have rooms in the roof because of the very steeply pitched roof. And you can see up here, I don't know what the intention was eventually to do that. The applicant said there wasn't going to be rooms in the roof, but clearly there could have been rooms in the roof. The current proposal that members would be considering tonight is this application. You can see a much shallower pitch roof, which would be incapable of accommodating rooms in the roof. And with regards to Councillor Chapel-Tay's question, I mean, in effect, members are considering this in afresh. Effectively, you know the history. The enforcement notice requires the existing building to be demolished. So in effect, you're looking at a clean slate here. Because this isn't in effect whilst I've said you're considering in terms of replacement dwelling, that's principally because there was a former dwelling on the site, and I think it's reasonable to assess it on that basis, but we're effectively discounting the history and you are looking at this afresh. So would you approve this dwelling in front of you? If the answer is yes, you approve. If the answer is no, you refuse.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Chapel-Tay?
It does, thank you.
Any further questions from anyone, or anyone wish to speak? Well, it's a very simple, straightforward choice. what the members think is a fairly it's a fairly, shall we say, simple building. I don't know.
Can I?
How does it compare to the footprint of what was there before, Mr. Bailey?
I'll just take you to. I'll take you to what was approved under the 2014 application, because the reasons why, to be honest to members, we had to serve the notice on the basis of demolition of the whole building is you couldn't extract the elements of the original building from the addition. So because they were so entwined and interwoven, we had to then require the enforcement notice to require the demolition of the whole building, because normally it's quite an onerous thing to do, but you couldn't then say remove the east wing partition, the west wing partition, because it was all so entwined. So I think the report at 6.11 sets out the dimensions of the approved is a reasonable base point to go back to, and sets out, and then 6.14 sets out the increases.
Right, thank you. Councillor Mumford, sorry, I think you just started to say something. Did you wish to speak further, Councillor Mumford?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me.
I can.
I'd like to propose that we approve as per the officer's recommendations on the paper. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to second that. Having looked at what was approved, I think that we cannot, in all honesty, say that is excessive compared to the approved schemes. So that I would just say that that's acceptable. Mr. O'Connell, would you please take the vote, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson?
For.
Councillor Brindle?
For.
Councillor Chapel-Tay?
For.
Councillor English?
For.
Councillor Eves?
For.
Councillor Harwood? Oh no, sorry, he's not here anymore. Councillor Kimmins?
For.
Councillor Munford?
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid?
Against.
Councillor Perry?
For.
Councillor Spooner?
For.
Councillor Vizard?
Against.
And that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well, we move on to our last couple of applications. Well, a planning application and a listed building consent, which is, first of all, item 17.
Chairman, sorry, just the vote on that was 9-4 and 2 against.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Snook. I'm getting carried away with excitement there. Item 17 now, 1 Rocky Hill Terrace, Terrace Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application for change of use from 42 flats occupied by the elderly. Obviously, it's not occupied at the current time because it was had fire damage, and it was a warden's flat as well. And the proposal is to convert that to 35 residential dwellings comprising 15 studio apartments, 6 one-bedroom and 14 two-bedroom apartments, which includes the refurbishment of the listed building, both internal and external. And we've obviously got the listed building application that deals with the works. I'll very briefly skim or address that after members have dealt with this. It won't be a long presentation. In terms of this application, just shows you the sustainable location of the site, the proximity of Rocky Hill Terrace to the Maidstone West, and to obviously the facilities in the town centre. And the south side, which is this side here, which is Victoria Street, and then obviously you've got the front elevations, which are kind of in a stucco render, which form Rocky Hill Terrace. So this is the rear part of the building. It's a good photograph to show, because one of the key issues with the building, I think, has been I would say the neglect or the poor maintenance of the buildings. It's one matter that the Georgian Group have particularly raised. Obviously, the application did originally propose to replace these windows. They are key components and characteristics of a listed building. And you will notice, members, that we have put a condition on requiring a condition survey of the windows, because in listed building terms, you should always seek to renovate rather than replace. and obviously what we'll do is have a look at the condition survey. That will then determine whether these windows can be retained or replaced. But that's one of the, I would say, is one of the most costly elements of this building in terms of renovation and restoration. This is the garden pavilion, which will be converted into the cycle store for the residents of the 35 units. This is the north elevation looking on to Bedford Place. And then just turning into the sort of front elevations and the internals now. This effectively, what you can't see here, and I can't blow it up unfortunately for members, just shows you the areas where repair work to the render work is required, where it's blown, it's cracked, and obviously letting water in, which then will blow further elements of the render. So it's vitally important that this is addressed now to cease further deterioration of the building. And this just shows, pinpoints the specific areas where that area is required, and obviously that then looks at the works in terms of the listed building consent. This is the rear elevation. Less works needing to be required because it's brickwork, but as I said, one of the key issues is the renovation of the windows as being one of the key components of this scheme. Looking at the internals, the blue shows the original parts of the listed building, and the red shows the not original walls, which were obviously the additions inserted when it was converted in 1974. So what you will see is there's very little intervention in the historic fabric of the building. When you look at the room sizes, they generally follow the plan form of the original parts of the building. So in terms of fabric, historic fabric is being retained, and you may argue that actually it's more beneficial because the harm was created to this building when it was converted in 74. So what this is seeking to do is to actually sort of restore some of that harm, but not creating any further by going into elements of historic fabric. I'm not going to go into huge detail on every floor. I'll go through them relatively quickly, but they follow up through the whole system, so you can actually see in plan form how the building is being sensitively restored by the current application. And then obviously turning to the back, obviously the garden pavilion, which is proposed to be converted to cycle storage space as part of this application. So this application seeks conversion from the lawful use of 42 flats to which was used by the elderly, to 35 residential dwellings with cycle storage space to the rear. The proposals seek to reuse and seek the refurbishment of the listed building, and no objections are raised by statutory consultees, albeit, as I've said, the Georgian Group does recommend a condition survey for the windows, which we have secured as part of the recommended condition. The Conservation Officer also raises no objections to the proposals, one of the key elements being on the basis that there is limited harm to the fabric of the listed building, and the argument is that harm has already been created in the 74 conversion, and obviously the key issue is to find an end user for the building. The report considers that the proposals will preserve the building and the setting of the nearby listed buildings, and will conserve and enhance the character and appearance of the Rocky Hill Conservation Area. And these are the two tests that are required under sections 66(1) and 72(1) of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act. So whilst the scheme will result in the loss of the lawful use of elderly accommodation, and there is obviously a policy in the local plan SP19 which does support elderly care provision, it has been demonstrated that the building is not suitable for supporting supported accommodation for the elderly without harming the characteristics of the buildings. And by this I mean putting in ramps, putting in lifts in terms of people can access the upper floors. So it is generally accepted that this building now needs to find an alternative use on that basis. In terms of good internal space is provided within the scheme, and the viability has been assessed by an independent consultant employed by the council to assess whether affordable housing can be provided in the site. Although this is the applicant is a sheltered housing provider, an affordable housing provider in this instance, you still need to assess whether a contribution to affordable housing can be secured, but we are confident and satisfied that the viability means that you can't secure a contribution. However, what the appraiser has set out, that we look at a review mechanism which has been suggested by virtue of a section 106. 10 additional car parking spaces are proposed over and above the current 18 proposals. So we're actually reducing, not only are we reducing flat numbers, we're also increasing car parking spaces. So there's 28 car parking spaces, and the details of those car parking spaces are set out in your report. On page 122. I haven't got a slide on those. However, that is in line with our car parking standards in terms of DM23. The proposals do result in a loss of 3 trees, principally on the basis of accommodating additional parking. However, these are low value specimens and the Council's Horticultural Officer raises no objection to this. KCC Ecology have being consulted with regard to the wording of condition 7, which requires a bat survey. Members will know that we don't normally condition bat surveys. They should be dealt with up front before you grant permission. However, in this exceptional case, and the circular does allow you to impose conditions in exceptional cases, there is considered to be a low probability of bats in the building, and mitigation could be dealt with in this instance. So KCC Biodiversity is satisfied in this instance that the condition is acceptable for this application. And subject to that, I think this would be a good reuse of the building, find a good use for it, restore the building back to its former glory, and as such the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl, are you with us? Councillor Pearl? I take it that we don't have Councillor Pearl.
He's showing as a participant on the call, but there doesn't appear to be any response. So I don't know whether he's going to join us.
Does anyone wish to speak on this application? Councillor Atkinson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it's a good reuse of this building, so I'm quite happy with that. Just a couple of small points, though. Condition 12.
Sorry, Councillor Pearl has suddenly appeared. Are you able to speak yet, Councillor Pearl? Well, we'll see if he can come in later. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks.
I'm getting an IM.
Yeah, yes, right. As I was saying, condition 12, 2 electrical vehicle charging points. There's 35 dwellings. Is 2 really going to be enough? And on a practical point, if you're using one of these electrical vehicle points, how are you going to pay for the electricity? Will one person pay for the whole lot? Some sort of arrangement will need to be made. And also, I know I suspect that you wouldn't be able to put in B bricks and all those sorts of things, but I wonder if it's possible to have a separate bug hotel somewhere on the grounds, so we could add that as a condition, perhaps. Thank you.
Mr. Bailey, anything on the electrical charging points or bug hotels? Sounds like some hotels I've stayed in Russia in the past. Mr. Bailey?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I mean, I can see the point in terms of, they will be communal parking arrangements. If members feel that 2 is too low, obviously within member scope to be reasonable, obviously looking at the test to increase that number should they feel that that is a requirement of this scheme. We are providing 35 market dwellings in this instance, so it would be a reasonable request.
Okay, what about bug hotels? Which is an interesting one.
I think that could be incorporated into whether, biodiversity enhancements might be a better way to deal with it.
Yes, I think we might need to be a little more general about that. But,
yes.
Right, Councillor Pearl, are you with us yet?
Well, I'm hoping so. Can you hear me now?
Good, excellent. Fire away.
Oh, thank goodness. I've sat here for 4 hours and I thought I was
I hope it was reasonably enjoyable for you.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I've called these applications in primarily because I always do, and and just to stop them getting waved through and to ensure my residents had the opportunity to have a say. As it is, I've no real objection to what Mr. Bailey described as bringing a building that was previously residential back into residential use, and it appears from the sort of lack of objections that have been filed that my residents don't either. In fact, I suspect this application is a bit of a no-brainer compared to sort of some of the more eccentric proposals you've had to consider lately. In terms of the architecture and conservation aspects, again, as Mr. Bailey's presentation showed, I agree. I think this work will be broadly restorative and probably positive. I do have two concerns for what it's worth. One is my sort of standard party piece about the concerns about mitigating the way developments of small flats in this town tend to be acquired by other councils to house what Alderman Mrs. Wilson politely termed people with multiple needs. Now, thankfully, there is this sort of point I could see in the report about the development being liable for SIL contributions, which would be helpful, but it's silent on the amount. And I was wondering whether perhaps we could at least have a sort of ballpark guesstimate, please. My second concern was the affordable housing point. And again, it's only a minor point in that this isn't simply a development without affordable housing. The previous use has been alluded to as being sort of being sort of housing for the elderly, but this was a building that previously provided 42 affordable units for older people. So this is effectively going to be a loss of affordable housing. I was hoping to hear some sort of some comment that given that the applicant is a social landlord, one would imagine the capital receipts will be invested back into affordable provision somewhere. It'd be nice to hear that it happened sort of in the Maidstone area rather than in their sort of wider empire. But that's what I've sat here for 4 hours to say, and that's all I've really got to say. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Kim Manson, I think Councillor Kim Mans?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm sort of. I know this building because of my job over the years as a cab driver, and it was accommodation for elderly people. So I did have a lot of customers there. Now, what would concern me is then. There was the people that lived there didn't have cars; they relied on public transport, and only having 2 charging points for electric vehicles would concern me as well. And it would be an increase in the car parking, because out of the whole of the flats, in my memory, I can only remember 2 of the people having vehicles, and one of them was the warden there. So I would be a little bit concerned about the parking, that was all.
Thank you. Councillor Mumford, you've got a question, and I think we can come back to the officers and wind this up.
Yeah, just quickly, SP, is it 19, in the local plan indicates that we have a shortage of C2. Are we in fact doing a change of use here? From C2 to whatever it is, C3, and how would that impact our local plan, or does it impact our local plan? And secondly, I'm suggesting that if we do approve this, that 50% of the car parking spaces have charging units, and yeah, over to the officers.
Right, Mr. Bailey, you've heard some points from Councillor Pearl and Councillor Mumford. Have you got anything to add on charging points or contributions?
Yeah, with regard to Councillor Mumford's first question. As paragraph 6.22 of your report sets out the issues, exactly what Councillor Mumford has raised. I mean, in effect, yes, it was used for accommodation for the elderly, but there were no restrictions in terms of age group. So whilst it's not being used, technically, the building could be used for any residential use if they were to convert it back to the existing number of units that they had. So in result, you know, I think that balances it out. On that basis, but that is set out in 622. With regard to the charging points, I think I've set out if members feel it reasonable, it meets the test to increase the number of charging provisions on site, then I think that's reasonable to include. With regard to the concerns that were raised at the start, I'm just looking at what those concern. Oh yes, in terms of the SIL contribution amount, unfortunately SIL contribution is based on floor area, and I couldn't work out what the SIL contribution could be, because I don't want to mislead members in terms of what that is, because I haven't got the actual detailed dimensions of each floor to work out, you know, because we work out on a per square metre floor space. And I can't give an approximation because I haven't got an approximation of the floor area. So I apologise for that on that basis. But normally the contributions are quite substantial on a basis like this. I will just add, in terms of Councillor Comance's point, the applicant is Sanctuary Housing on this proposal, and as set out in the report, 6.32, I think, page 120, their core business is the provision of affordable housing. So what they set out is, whilst they would like to, and this is on the assumption they get grants funding, so if they get grant funding to be able to put that back into the building to provide affordable housing, then this will make up their core business. But as a planning permission, the planning permission runs with the land. If they can't make that work, or if for some other reason it doesn't work, then they may have to sell the building on the market to some other developer. So it's important that we go through the affordable housing testing viability, because that planning permission runs with the land, doesn't run with the applicant.
Thank you. Right. Nothing's been proposed, so I will move the amended recommendation with the addition of the charging points and additional biodiversity measures. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Clive, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. Do you want to speak now any further?
No, I'm all right.
In that case, anyone else wish to speak? Otherwise...
Chairman, it's Debbie, the committee clerk. Could you just clarify how many more charging points?
I don't think...
What's going to ask?
Yeah, that's a very good question. James, did you want to define it? Because we did have a suggestion it should be half.
You've got 28 parking spaces. You would easily equate to 14.
Yes, so I don't have a problem with it being half, and I think that's quite reasonable, don't you? Unless anyone objects, that's going to be 14.
No, happy with that.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to proceed to the vote. Mr. O'Connell?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson?
4.
Councillor Brindle?
4.
Councillor Chapel-Tay?
4.
Councillor English?
4.
Councillor Eaves?
4.
Councillor Kimmins?
4.
Councillor Munford?
4.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid?
Hello, sorry, my mic was off. 4.
Councillor Perry?
4.
Councillor Spooner?
4.
And Councillor Vizard?
4.
Thank you very much.
You,
Mrs. Snook, what was the vote?
That's 11 in favour, none against, no abstentions.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to the listed building application on the same site. Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be very quick. Obviously, members will know listed building concerns works, so it's not development Obviously, the key driver in this is section 16.2 of the Planning List of Building Conservation Areas Act, the desirability to preserve the character or appearance of the building. I previously alluded to the issues of the windows. They are in need of renovation. We've got the condition to deal with the condition survey. The stucco rendering on here does need to be repaired to prevent further deterioration of the front elevation. Just go through some very quick, you've seen the rear elevation, just some examples. If this isn't dealt with, water will ingress into these areas and then it will crack the rest of the render off. So it is important that we deal with these matters now. There are some structural elements of the boundary walls. It hasn't been particularly well kept at the moment. I'll move on from that because that could just be a very simple render over that one. And obviously you can see internally it's really the state of the windows that are the key elements. Obviously the works will cover the internal and external refurbishment, and we've attached conditions on that basis. You've also got that submitted within the application and is referred to in the report. There was quite a detailed assessment of the works that will be carried out as part of this application. So they have obviously been conditioned as part of this consent. Again, it brings the building back into use, finds a viable use for it. There's no objections in terms of statutory consultees, and the listed building consent for the works is recommended for approval subject to those conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pearl, you did indicate to speak on this as well. Did you wish to?
I'm happy to waive, if that's okay.
Thank you. Can't see you waving, but I can now. Thank you very much. Right. I wish I was. Right. Members, this is, unlike the planning application, extremely straightforward. I will move the recommendation on the papers. Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
I'll second it. Oh, okay.
Councillor Mumford, did you wish to speak?
No.
No. In that case, I'm going to move straight to the voting on the recommendation to approval. Mr. O'Connell, if you could take the vote, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson?
For.
Councillor Brindle?
For.
Councillor Chapel-Tay?
For.
Councillor English?
For.
Councillor Eaves?
For.
Councillor Kimmins?
For.
Councillor Mumford?
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed?
For.
Councillor Perry?
For.
Councillor Spooner?
Dennis, were you there?
Oh, four.
And Councillor Vizard?
For.
Thank you very much. What's the vote, Mrs. Snook?
11 for, none against, no abstentions.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the planning applications and listed building consents for this evening. We just have the appeal decisions report. Mr. Bailey, did you have anything briefly to add on this?
Not really, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think members will note that not so successful on some of our G&T applications at appeal. Obviously, the balancing exercise is a difficult one to deal with on those, but if you look at the rest of those applications, they've all gone with the recommendation, the delegated recommendation. So I think that's generally successful. And in terms of just the Delhi Spice, which is quite a small one, just shows you the variance we get in our cases, which is just a children's climbing frame. But obviously it causes quite a lot of upset to the nearby neighbours, and we're moving forward on that one to secure its removal by virtue of the notice, an enforcement notice. But that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Congratulations to all concerned for another excellent result, generally speaking. Any very quick questions or comments? I don't see any. In that case, thank you very much, members and officers, for your input on quite a tough meeting. Hopefully they won't all be as challenging as that over the years.
Thank you, Clive.
Thank
Well
you,
done.
Chairman.
Thank you, Clive. Very well chaired.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Night, all.